Hello friends, I am Pranav Pradeep Saxena. I am again speaking to you on dimensions of HRM in public sector general insurance companies, but this time the presentation has got updated with recent wage revision that took place in October 2022. This is what we are going to discuss in this presentation, that are wages after revision in 2022, group Mediclaim insurance scheme, other benefits and schemes, travel rules, leave rules, CDA rules 2014, other rules and policies, and 8th chapter loans and advances. We will start with wages after revision in 2022. The Gazette notification for these wage revision was published on 14th of October 2022. Most of the provisions of this wage revision were effective from 1st of August 2017. But regarding payment of kit allowances, hill station allowance, Paradip port allowance, functional allowances to audit assistant, internal audit officers and investigation officers, or we can say vigilance officers, and entertainment allowance to branch office in charge or division office in charges. The provisions were effective from 1st of November 2022, means from the first date of the next month of the date of publication of the Gazette notification. Regarding payment of lump sum medical benefit, the provisions were effective from 1st of January 2020. In this wage revision, one option was given to the officers who were promoted in between to refix their basic pay by submitting an option form within 90 days from the date of publication of the administrative instructions. This wage revision is applicable to the salary of those employees who were serving on the date of publication of this Gazette notification, that is 14th of October 2022. It is also applicable upon those employees who died, retired, superannuated or voluntarily retired between 1st of August 2017 to 14th of October 2022. But it is not applicable to the salary of those employees who either resigned or got terminated during the period of 1st of August 2017 to 14th of October 2022, as well as it is not applicable upon the contractual employees. The officers who exited from the company under Golden Gate Scheme 2009 were also eligible for benefit of ex gratia. Other benefits were not there, but benefit of ex gratia according to para 6 of the Golden Gate Scheme was entitled for receiving benefits under this wage revision, and other benefits also which are enumerated under para 7A of the Golden Gate Scheme can be eligible for revision after this wage revision 14th of October 2022. The employees who are under suspension will also be allowed for fixation of their salary under the revised pay scales, and the arrears of their salary or arrears of their subsistence allowance can be paid to him. Means revision in subsistence allowance is also allowed in this wage revision. These are the pay bands of class 1 officers. I will just tell how to read this, then after we will move to the next slide. For example, we will take scale 1. The first basic pay for a scale 1 officer will be rupees 50,925 as written here. Afterwards, within bracket it is written 14 and before that it is written 2,500. It does mean that officer will receive 14 increments of rupees 2,500 each every year, and then his salary will become 85,925. Then after he will receive 4 increments of rupees 2,710 each, and then his salary will become 96,765 rupees. That is the ceiling of this pay band. After reaching this ceiling, in every 3 years he will receive stagnation increments, and total 3 stagnation increments will be payable to scale 1 officer. Similarly, for scale 2 officers, 5 stagnation increments will be payable. For scale 3 officers, only 2 stagnation increments will be payable. These will be every 3 years, means it will be payable after a lapse of 3 years always, but regular increments will be payable every year. Now we are moving to the pay scales of development officers. How to read the pay band, that I already told. Now stagnation increments for grade 2 development officer will be 3 in every 3 years, and for grade 1 development officer, total number of stagnation increment will be 4, and stagnation increments will be payable at every 3 years. These are the pay scales of class 3 employees and class 4 employees. So other subordinate staff, driver and record clerk, these 3 cadres will not be entitled for any stagnation increment, just like scale 4 officer, scale 5 or above officers, means scale 4 and above stagnation increments are not there, and below the cadre of assistant stagnation increments are not there. For assistant, this is the only cadre, assistant and equivalent cadres, where the stagnation increment is payable at the interval of every 2 years, and total 7 such stagnation increments will be payable. For senior assistant and stenographers, again stagnation increment is payable at every 3 years, and total 6 stagnation increments are payable. So we can remember that except of assistant cadre, in every cadre wherever stagnation increment is payable, it is payable at the interval of 3 years, and the stagnation increments are applicable to the cadres of assistant and above till deputy manager, or you can say scale 3 officer. Now dearness allowance. Dearness allowance has got revised during this wage revision. Now it is payable according to index number 6352 in the series, that is 100 in 1960. Now the rate of dearness allowance will be for every 4 points in the quarterly average of 6352 points. The DA shall be calculated at the rate of 0.08% of the basic pay. It means one slab will be equal to 4 points of index, as we have said, for every 4 points in the quarterly average of over 6352 points, means one slab will be equal to 4 points of the index, and the DA will be of 8% of the slabs. So revision of dearness allowance will be done in every year 4 times, Feb, May, August and in the month of November. The current rate of dearness allowance as applicable from 1st of May 2023 is on 596 slabs. The rate is 47.68%. This is a small example of dearness allowance. Suppose the basic salary of one officer or one employee is rupees 50,000 and DA is payable on 596 slabs. This kind of information may be given in your question paper. Then the amount of dearness allowance will be basic pay multiplied by 0.08 by 100 into the slabs, means rupees 50,000 multiplied by 0.08 and divided by 100 and multiplied by 596, then the amount will be 23,840. This we have to remember, that 0.08% is the ratio on which we have to calculate the dearness allowance. Now, housing rent allowance. Housing rent allowance is payable according to the place of posting. For this purpose, the cities of India have been classified into three categories. First category comprises cities of Mumbai, Navi Mumbai, Kolkata, New Delhi, Chennai, Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune, Faridabad, Ghaziabad, Noida and Gurgaon. In this, Gandhinagar city is also included as part of urban agglomeration of Ahmedabad city. For this first category, the rate of HRA will be 10% of the pay, subject to maximum of rupees 7,840 per month. The second category is of those cities where the population exceeds 12 lakhs, and it also includes all the cities in the state of Goa. For this category, the HRA is payable at the rate of 8% of pay, and maximum amount of HRA can be rupees 6,620. One new provision has been inserted in this wage revision, that for class 3 and class 4 employees, minimum HRA in this category of cities cannot be less than rupees 1,475 per month, and all other places, means the cities except which we have listed above, the rate of HRA will be 7% of pay. The maximum amount of HRA will be 6,370 rupees per month, and for class 3 and class 4 employees, the minimum amount of HRA in this category will be rupees 1,400 per month. Here, for the purpose of HRA, the pay means basic pay and stagnation increments. The cities include their urban agglomerations, just like we have seen. Ahmedabad has its urban agglomeration in Gandhinagar, and that Gandhinagar has been included in first category. No HRA will be paid to those employees whom the company has provided housing accommodation. That housing accommodation can be company leased accommodation, personal leased accommodation, or company owned accommodation. License fee for leased or owned housing accommodations will be equal to 0.5% of the minimum of the revised pay scale with effect from 1st of November 2022. For example, we can see in class 3 employees, suppose one assistant is having a leased accommodation, then the license fee for that leased accommodation will be according to this pay scale. Suppose that the assistant is at basic pay of 45,075, still the license fee will be calculated on the basis of first basic pay, that is 22,405, and it will be 0.5% of that amount, that basic pay, that initial basic pay. In all other cadres also, the amount of license fee will be calculated in this manner only. We are moving ahead. Paradip Port allowance is payable at the rate of rupees 265 per month to confirmed employees, and it will not be treated as basic pay. Conveyance allowance for PWDs is also payable at the rate of 400 per month. It is payable only to those employees who are having minimum 40% permanent partial disability of either upper limbs or in lower limbs. It is also payable to those PWD employees who are having 50% permanent partial disability in upper and lower limbs together. It is also payable to visually handicapped employees. But this conveyance allowance is not payable, conveyance allowance for PWD is not payable during any period of leave except casual leave. It is also not payable when such employee is on joining time. It is also not payable during the suspension time of such employee. Now fixed personal allowance. This fixed personal allowance is payable to all employees who were in service on 1st of November 1993. The date was extended to the employees who joined on or before 22nd of June 2000. These employees received computer increments. Means fixed personal allowance is linked with the employees who received computer increments. Any other employee will not receive fixed personal allowance. Only those employees will receive fixed personal allowance who got computer increment during their service, which was paid from 1st of November 1993 to 22nd of June 2000. It will be paid 1 year after reaching the maximum of scale of the applicable cadre. Means one officer who is in some pay band, once he reached the maximum of the basic pay of that pay band, then after 1 year he will be eligible for fixed personal allowance according to his cadre in 1 November 1993 or till 22nd of June 2000. Means on the date of receiving of computer increment. When he received the computer increment, at that date whatever cadre he was having, according to that cadre only his fixed personal allowance will be determined. For those employees who joined after 1st of November 1993 but before 22 of June 2000, the FP will be payable according to their cadre of joining. The amount of FP will be equivalent to last increment amount of applicable cadre. Applicable cadre is not present cadre. Applicable cadre is of that date when he received computer increment. The entire amount of revised FPA shall be reckoned as basic pay for the purpose of HRA, PF, pension, gratuity and encashment of earned leaves. Earlier FPA was reckoned partially as basic pay and partially as dearness allowance, but that practice has got stopped. Now the complete amount of the entire amount of fixed personal allowance is reckoned as basic pay only. Next, subsistence allowance. Subsistence allowance is payable on suspension at the rate of 50% of gross salary of the officer or employee that he immediately drawn before the date of suspension. Here the gross pay includes basic pay, DA, city compensatory allowance, housing rent allowance, hill station allowance, qualification pay, personal pay, special pay and deputation allowance. After the 6 months of the suspension, subsistence allowance will be reviewed, and if it is found that the employee has done nothing, still the suspension period has prolonged for more than 6 months, means the reasons of prolonged suspension period are not directly attributable to the employee, then the amount of subsistence allowance can be increased up to 75% of the gross salary, but such a review or such a revision is not a right of any employee. This is discretionary to the authority who has issued the suspension order, and the same authority will review the subsistence allowance also. In case after 6 months of the suspension it is found that employee has contributed in the prolonging of suspension period, means the reasons of the prolonged suspension period are directly attributable to the employee, then the amount of subsistence allowance can also be reduced up to 25% of the gross salary. The revision in subsistence allowance that I have already told, that revision can be done only by the authority which has issued suspension order, and such authority must be competent to issue major penalty. In case some employee is behind the bars or he is detained by the police authorities, then there will be a deemed suspension till he is behind the bars, and during that period no subsistence allowance will be payable. Now FPA to the applicable cadre. Again I am saying this cadre is according to the date of receiving computer increment for scale 1, for scale 2, scale 3, scale 4, scale 5. For an example, suppose one person is at cadre of scale 4 today, but at the time of receiving the computer increment he was in scale 2. In the scale 4 today he has reached the maximum of basic pay. Then after 1 year of reaching the maximum of basic pay, he will be paid with fixed personal allowance, but according to scale 2 cadre, that is rupees 2710, because this is the cadre in which he received the computer increment. Next, CCA, City Compensatory Allowance. This allowance is also payable according to the place of posting of the employee. Place of posting have been classified in 4 different categories for the payment of CCA. First category is of metro cities. It includes cities of Mumbai, Navi Mumbai, Kolkata, New Delhi, Chennai, Ahmedabad, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Pune, Faridabad, Ghaziabad, Noida and Gurgaon. Gandhinagar city is also included in this category as part of urban agglomeration of Ahmedabad city. For this first category, means category of the metro cities, the rate of CCA is 3% and the maximum amount is 1960. This amount is applicable upon class 1. Next is A class cities. A class cities where the population exceeds 12 lakhs. It also includes all the city of state of Goa. The rate of CCA is 2.5% of pay, subject to maximum of rupees 1865. The third category is B class cities. B class cities are such cities where the population exceeds 5 lakhs but does not exceed 12 lakhs. It also includes state capitals where population has not exceeded 12 lakhs, plus Chandigarh, Mohali, Panchkula, Pondicherry and Port Blair are also included in B class cities. The rate of CCA per month is 2% of basic pay, subject to a maximum of rupees 1445 for class 1 officers. The next category is of C class cities. All those cities which are not mentioned here or which does not come under above 3 categories, the CCA will not be payable. Those cities will be C class cities, no CCA payable. Next is hill station allowance. This is also paid according to the place of posting, or better we should say height of the place of posting. If the place of posting is situated 1500 meters above mean sea level, then it will be 2.5% of the basic pay, maximum of rupees 1245 rupees per month for class 1. If the place of posting is situated at a height of more than 1000 meters but less than 1500 meters, and Markara and the places which are specifically declared as hill stations by central government or state government for their employees, in all those places the rate of hill station allowance will be 2% of the basic pay, subject to maximum of rupees 1000 per month. The third category is of those places which are more than 750 meters and less than 1000 meters, but these places are surrounded by and accessible only through some hills which are at height of 1000 meters and above. Then At such a place of posting, the rate of hill station allowance will be 2% of the basic pay, subject to maximum of rupees 1000 per month for class 1. Transport allowance is payable at 1960 rupees per month for class 1. It is available to all those officers who are not receiving any other kind of conveyance allowance or transport allowance, or not receiving any reimbursement of conveyance or transport expenses under any of the conveyance scheme. Kit allowance is also payable at the rate of 9000 rupees. It is payable only once on transfer to any of the hill stations at which hill station allowance is payable. Next is mid academic year allowance, that is payable at the rate of 1625 rupees per month. This mid academic year allowance is payable only if one person has got transferred and his children are not joining the officer on his transferred place of posting, new place of posting. It is necessary that those children are studying in a regular school or college, means they must not study in ICAI or ICWI or ICSI or NIIT etc. kind of institutions. Then this mid academic year allowance will be payable from the date of his joining at the new place till end of that particular academic year. But in case the transferred officer has been posted at northeastern region from any other region, then mid academic year allowance will be payable for the entire period of posting in northeastern region until the children join that officer at the place of posting. Next, functional allowance at the rate of rupees 1625 rupees per month is allowed to officers up to scale 4 in internal audit department at head office and at regional office IAI cells. Functional allowance is also allowed to regional office vigilance officers irrespective of their scales. They may be in any cadre, but they may receive 1625 rupees as functional allowance. Functional allowance is also allowed to those officers in RO who are posted to assist the vigilance officers. Generally, these people are called assistant vigilance officers. Functional allowance is not allowed to those officers who are in cadre of deputy managers or above, or you can say scale 3 and above, but have been posted in vigilance department of head office. Means those officers who have been posted in vigilance department at HO and are up to cadre of assistant manager, then they may get functional allowance at the rate of 1625 rupees per month. Now, entertainment allowance, this is payable to branch office in charges at the rate of 1770 rupees per month. This is also payable to divisional office in charges at the rate of 2120 rupees per month. Entertainment allowance is not available if the in charge is on leave for more than 30 days. The entertainment allowance is also available to officiating BO in charges at the rate of 125 rupees per month and to officiating DO in charges at the rate of 150 rupees per month. This entertainment allowance to officiating BO or DO in charges is payable only if they are eligible for officiating allowances. This is immaterial that officiating allowances is being paid or not. If they are eligible, then they may get entertainment allowance also, and that too if the officiating period exceeds 30 days, then only this will be available to officiating BO in charges and officiating DO in charges. Non-practicing allowance for doctors. This non-practicing allowance is payable to specialist officers who have been recruited by the company as medical officers. It is payable at the rate of 25% of basic pay. Another condition is this NPA plus the amount of basic pay may not exceed the ultimate basic pay of an scale 4 officer. in case basic pay and NPA together are exceeding the last basic pay in the pay band of scale 4 officer, then amount of non-practicing allowance will be reduced till the amount of ultimate basic pay of a scale 4 officer. Officiating allowance. Officiating allowance is payable only if one officer is officiating a higher post for more than 15 days at the instance of regional chief or head office. Means you must receive some written instructions from regional chief or from head office for officiating the higher post for more than 15 days. This is for class 1 and class 2. The officiating allowance is payable according to the duration of officiating from 16 days to 30 days. The rate of officiating allowance will be 10% of the basic pay, maximum rupees 150 per month. During this officiating duration, 2 leaves will be permitted. If officiating arrangement is for more than 30 days up to 60 days, the rate of officiating allowance will be 10% of the basic pay, maximum rupees 150 rupees per month, but the leaves will be permitted 4 days. If the officiating duration is more than 60 days, then the rate of officiating allowance will be 20% of the basic pay, maximum up to rupees 200 per month, and the days of leave permitted will be 6. Now FPA for class 2 means development officers grade 2 and development officers grade 1. Grade 2 will get rupees 1825, grade 1 will get rupees 2500, but these grades are of applicable cadre, means one person who was in grade 2 development officer cadre at the time of receiving computer increment, irrespective of his present grade, he will get the amount of FPA 1825 rupees per month. For class 2 officers, for development officers, this conveyance allowance also payable if they are at administration side at the rate of 925 rupees per month. So development officer admin will get 925 rupees per month as conveyance allowance. Now CCA for class 2. The place of posting, classification of cities is same as class 1. The rate of CCA is also same as class 1. The only thing which is changing is maximum amount of CCA. So the maximum amount of CCA will be 1660 for first category, means metro cities, for class 2, and in class A cities this maximum amount will be 1535. In class B cities maximum amount will be 1345. Class C and other cities it will not be payable. Now hill station allowance for class 2, class 3 and class 4. So this hill station allowance, again categorization of place of posting according to the height is same. Rate of hill station allowance is same. The maximum amount has changed. For first category it is 1000 rupees per month. For second and third category it is rupees 790 per month. This is one comparative chart of hill station allowance. For places 1500 meters and above, rate of HSA is 2.5%. Maximum HSA hill station allowance is rupees 1245 for class 1 and rupees 1000 for other classes. In the second category and the third category, rate of HSA is 2%. Maximum hill station allowance is rupees 1000 for class 1. For class 2, class 3 and class 4, maximum hill station allowance will be 790 rupees in second and third category. Now technical qualification allowance for class 2, class 3 and class 4. If one employee has passed some papers of Insurance Institute of India or Chartered Insurance Institute. Then if he has passed licentiateship, then he will get rupees 555 per month. If he has passed associateship, then he will get 1505 rupees per month. For passing fellowship, rupees 2575 per month will be payable. Those employees who have passed exams of Institute of Actuaries, they will receive rupees 555 on passing each subject. The employees who have got passed the exams of Institute of Chartered Accountants ICA or Institute of Cost and Work Accountants, then they will be paid rupees 1080 for intermediate examination. If they have passed final group A or they have passed final group B, means either of these group if they have passed, then they will receive rupees 1845. In case they have passed both these groups, final group A as well as group B, then they will receive 2575 per month. But these technical qualification allowance will not be counted for the purpose of any allowance or for any service or terminal benefits. This technical qualification allowance is for class 3 and class 4 only, that is for passing MBA. On completion of MBA from a recognized university or institution as approved by AICTE, then the amount of allowances will be rupees 2575. This is for class 3 and class 4 only, other classes will not receive this. Now CCA for class 3 and class 4, again classification of city is same, rate of CCA is same, only thing which has changed is maximum amount. For metro cities, maximum amount is rupees 1555. For A class cities, maximum amount is 1460. For B class cities, maximum amount is 1255. And for C class cities, CCA is not payable. This is for class 3 and class 4. We will go through one comparative chart also. Means metro cities, the rate of CCA is 3%. For class 1, maximum amount is 1960. For class 2, maximum amount is 1660. For class 3 and 4, maximum amount is 1555. In A class cities, CCA is 2.5% and maximum amount for class 1 is 1865. For class 2 is 1535. For class 3 and 4, 1460. In B class cities, 2% of CCA is applicable, and for class 1 the maximum amount can be 1445. For class 2 it can be 1345. For class 3 and 4 it will be 1255. And in all of these classes, in C class city CCA is not payable for all these classes. Now we are coming to the officiating allowance for class 3 and class 4. Earlier we have discussed officiating allowance for class 1. Now it is class 3 and class 4. Earlier we have discussed for class 1 and class 2 both. Now officiating allowance for class 3 and class 4 is payable at the rate of 20% of the basic salary, subject to a maximum of 100 rupees per month for officiating in a higher category of post for 15 days or more. It can be payable at the rate of 10% of the basic salary, subject to a maximum of 50 rupees per month for holding additional charge of an equivalent post for 15 days or more. When officiating allowance for holding additional charge is paid, then overtime allowance shall not be allowed for the work related to the given charges. For officiating or additional charge arrangement in the cadre of record clerk, for vacancies in the divisional office or in the branch office, the divisional in charge, divisional manager or senior divisional manager, shall be the appropriate authority to sanction such officiating allowance. For all other cases other than head office, means those who are not in BO or DO and HO also, means they are in RO, then the arrangement shall be approved by the regional chief. In head office, the approval shall be given by officer in charge of HRM department. If the post which is being officiated by a class 3 or class 4 officer, or the post which is held additionally by such officer carries a functional allowance, then functional allowance may also be allowed on pro rata basis for the actual period. If the officiating arrangement is for more than 15 days, means 16 to 30 days, then permitted leaves will be 2 days. If it is 30 to 60 days, then permitted leaves will be 4 days. If it is more than 60 days, then permitted leaves will be 6 days. Now FPA for class 3 and class 4, applicable cadre is the cadre which was held by the employee at the time of receiving computer increment. If that applicable cadre was driver and other subordinate staff, then the amount of FPA will be 1160. For applicable cadre of record clerk, amount of FPA will be 1580. Applicable cadre of senior assistant, stenographer and assistant, the amount of FPA will be 2500. Suppose one officer who is at scale 3 cadre today, and he has reached the maximum of his basic pay of cadre scale 3, but at the time of receiving the computer increment he was in the cadre of assistant, then he will not receive the FPA according to scale 3, but he will receive the amount of FPA according to the cadre of assistant, that is rupees 2500 per month. Kit allowance is also payable to class 3 and class 4 at the rate of rupees 2250, only at those places where hill station allowance is payable. This kit allowance shall not be payable on transfer from one hill station to another hill station if the same was drawn at any time during the preceding 3 years. Now graduation increment or allowance, it is payable to assistant who graduated between 1st of January 1973 and 1st of August 2007, and they have not reached the maximum of scale, then they shall be granted with 2 increments with effect from the publication of results of the examination or the date of appointment in the scale of assistant, or from 1st of November 2022, whichever is later. If an assistant is entitled to receive increments for graduation, is drawing the basic pay of rupees 59,765, then only one increment for graduation shall be granted to him. For other employees who are receiving basic salary less than that, they will receive 2 increments as graduation increment. Now an assistant who graduated before 1st of August 2007 and he has reached the maximum of the scale, he will be paid graduation allowance for 1 year, means after 1 year reaching the maximum of the scale, he will receive 920 for 1 year per month, means he will receive 920 rupees per month. That will continue for 1 year. Then 2 years after reaching the maximum of the scale, means 1 year after receiving the graduation allowance in earlier category, he will receive 1625 rupees per month as graduation allowances. Graduation allowance or any part of the graduation allowance shall not be counted for any purpose of any allowance or any service or terminal benefits. Record clerks who graduated before 1st of August 2007 shall also be granted graduation allowances at the rate of 610 per month with effect from the date of publication of results of the examination or the cadre or the promotion date as record clerk, or 1st of August 2017, whichever is later. Next is functional allowance. In functional allowance, first allowance is cashier functional allowance. This is available to assistants or senior assistants in the availability of non-availability of assistants. This is available to those assistants who are engaged in cash handling in an office where cash transactions per month are rupees 25,000 or more, and it is their regular and main function. Then the functional allowance rupees 2,120 will be paid per month. For telex operators, punch card operators, unit record machine operators and comters who were assigned these functions before 1st January 2006, the functional allowance per month is payable at the rate of rupees 60. For stenographers to chairman cum managing director, stenographers to scale 7 officer, scale 6 officer and equivalent positions, the functional allowance per month will be payable at the rate of rupees 75. The employees who are performing the function of audit assistants with effect from 1st of November 2022, the amount of functional allowances rupees 1,200 per month. The subordinate staff which is engaged either as key holder or the subordinate staff who is engaged for carrying cash to the bank or from the bank as his regular and main function in an office where cash transactions ordinarily are rupees 25,000 or more, and then he will get functional allowance per month at the rate of rupees 1,000. Other subordinate staff who is working as liftman, machine operator, head PN, daftari, AC plant officer and heavy vehicle drivers, etc., and who were assigned these functions before 1st January 2006, they will get functional allowance at the rate of rupees 165 per month. Functional allowance can be drawn at once, means only one functional allowance can be drawn at a particular time. The functional allowance shall be paid during the leave period except on extraordinary leave period, provided that the employee resumes work in the same position after leave. Now, no employee shall, as a matter of right, can claim to be allotted a particular portfolio of work in order to avail the functional allowance attached to that particular position or work. At the same time, no employee can also refuse to work in a position which is carrying functional allowance, or can make it a condition that he will work in that position only if he is being paid such allowance, where the function has been assigned by head of the office because of the absence of the incumbent or temporary pressure of the work. In case of employees who are posted at RO, DO and BO, the regional chief of the concerned RO may sanction the functional allowance. In case of employees who are posted at HO, the chief manager of HRM department may sanction the functional allowance. If a department incumbent, means if a permanent incumbent who is having cash or key holding function is on leave for 3 days or more, the another employee who is performing such function temporarily shall get the functional allowance on pro rata basis. Now, one important rule for cashier function, that cashier function can be allotted to a assistant only, and out of the total available assistants, the senior most assistant will be assigned with cashier function. In case no assistant is available in the office and some senior assistant is available, then cash handling function can be allotted to a senior assistant also. An assistant who is in the contingency list for promotion to the cadre of senior assistant, he can also not be given cashier's function. Now, transport allowance for class 3 and class 4 is rupees 680 per month, and washing allowance for class 4 is rupees 355 rupees per month from 1st of August 2017, but for an absence of a continuous period of more than 7 days, only proportionate washing allowance will be payable in that month. With this, our wages part is over. Now we are moving to group Mediclaim insurance scheme. So the first question in staff group Mediclaim policies is which company will post its business or its insurance policy to which company. So here we can see on the screen that New India Assurance will place with United, National Insurance will place with New India, Oriental Insurance with the National, and United Insurance with Oriental Insurance. There is one small trick also for which I have prepared this diagram. Means if you write the name of these PSGICs in alphabetical order, means NIA, then NIC, then OIC, and then UII, then just go one step above to know who is the insurer of that company. Means for United India, one step above it is OIC, means the employees of United India will be insured with Oriental Insurance. Now TPA is common for all these companies, that is HITPA, means Health Insurance TPA of India Limited. Who is insured in this group Mediclaim policy? There are two kinds of insured. First is primary insured, which can be employee, either serving employee or retired employee, or the spouse of deceased employee, or the spouse of retired and deceased employee. Another type of insured is deemed primary insured. Deemed primary insured can be a whole time director, existing director or retired director, or spouse of deceased whole time director, or spouse of retired and deceased whole time director. This is the coverage to family members who can be covered in this staff Mediclaim policy. In the center of the screen, one pentagon is there where I have written primary insured or deemed primary insured. When primary insured is there, then spouse of the primary insured can be covered, parents of primary insured can be covered, parents-in-law of primary insured can be covered, children of primary insured can be covered, spouse and children of the children of primary insured can also be covered. This is irrespective of their being dependent or independent in all these cases. The eligible sum insured is according to the basic pay in staff GMC. So the basic pay including FPA is less than 67,265. In that case, eligible sum insured is rupees 5 lakhs. When the basic pay including FPA is between 67,265 and rupees 85,925, then the eligible sum insured is rupees 6 lakh rupees. When the basic pay and FPA is more than rupees 85,925, then the eligible sum insured will be rupees 10 lakh. The optional sum insured is maximum 50 lakhs. However, the slabs are like this: 6 lakhs, 8 lakhs, 10 lakhs, 12 lakhs, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 and 50 lakhs. General rules regarding the staff GMC. First and important rule: once the primary insured has covered his parents or parents-in-law in the staff GMC, then exit of parents or parents-in-law is not allowed except in case of their death or exit of employee from the company. Next, rule is maximum income limit for deciding dependency of a family member, whether that family member is dependent or not, is rupees 9,000. That is the amount of minimum family pension plus the dearness relief admissible thereon as per 7th CPC. With effect from 1st of April 2023, the rate of dearness relief is 38%. So the total amount will become 9,000 plus 38%, that is 3,420, total 12,420. Now the sum insured can be increased once left on promotion, on marriage or childbirth, or once in a block of 3 years. First such block will start from 1st of April 2023 to 31st of March 2026. Sum insured can be decreased also by once left, once in a block of 3 years, and the block year will remain same, 1st of April 2023 to 31st of March 2026. The sum insured can also be decreased by one slab in case of death or in case of exit of a covered member on the date of next renewal of the policy. However, in case of revision in premium, optional sum insured can be increased or decreased to any higher or lower slab, which cannot be more than rupees 50 lakhs and cannot be lower than the eligible sum insured of that employee. Portability is allowed for dependent or independent family members with any of the PSGICs. Newly recruited employees can enroll in this staff GMC by providing details of eligible family members within 60 days from the date of joining in the company. Newly married spouse and dependent or independent parents-in-law can also be enrolled within 60 days from the date of marriage. If such a request is made after 60 days, then the coverage will start from next date of renewal of the policy. In case both the parents-in-law are alive, then it is not allowed to cover any one of them. If both are alive, either to cover both or to cover none of them. Enrollment of child who has returned from abroad is also allowed, but once only. Newly born child up to 90 days from the date of birth will be covered as one unit along with the mother in case she is covered under the GMC. Now, in case mother is not covered under staff GMC, then the newborn child will be covered only from the date of payment of premium. The request for inclusion of newborn child has to be made within 90 days of his or her birth. If such a request is made after 90 days, then the coverage will start from next renewal date only. On the death of employee or retired employee, it is allowed to choose for a lower sum insured. And for other substaffs, means for FTS and for PTS, the premium up to their eligible sum insured will be borne by the company 100%, means no amount will be deducted from their salary for staff GMC policy with effect from 1st of April 2018. The insured persons, including their family members who are covered under staff GMP, are entitled for 33.33% discount on overseas Mediclaim policy from any of the PSGIC. This is a new rule that is applicable from 1st of April 2023, that the coverage of staff GMC will not cease on the death of primary insured. If both employees and the spouse of the employee have expired in the mid of that staff GMC policy period, then out of these 4 insured members, one will be the primary insured person and the insured members will continue to be covered. So the primary insured can be family pensioner, the primary insured can be unmarried dependent daughter, or dependent or independent parents, or dependent or independent parents in law. Now this is also one new rule, that in case of death of an insured member, if there is no claim for that insured member during the policy period, then the premium in respect of that insured member who has died during the policy period, the premium will be calculated on pro rata basis for the period from the month following the death of that insured member till the remaining policy period, and this premium will not be collected from the salary of the serving employee or the primary insured. In case the primary insured is a retired employee, then this premium will be calculated and refunded to that retired person. This rule is applicable in respect of death of an insured member occurring on or after 1st of November 2022. Now we are coming to the room rent limits. These are according to city type. In class A cities according to CCA rules, and in a higher category for sum insured up to rupees 10 lakhs, the room rent limit is 1% of the sum insured, maximum is rupees 15,000. In case the sum insured is more than 10 lakhs, then the room rent limits are up to 1% of sum insured plus 0.5% of the sum insured on the sum insured beyond rupees 10 lakhs, and the maximum amount is rupees 15,000. In other kind of cities, the percentage is same, but the maximum amount is rupees 12,500 in both the cases. Now advanced treatment and modern treatment methods. There is a new change. Earlier the sublimit per policy period was different for other different advanced treatment and modern treatment methods, but now it has been made a flat rate that up to 50% of the sum insured and up to maximum of rupees 10 lakhs will be the sublimit for advanced treatment and modern treatment methods. There is a list of 12 ATMTs upon which that sublimit will be applicable. I'll just read it out. Uterine artery embolization and high intensity focused ultrasound, it is called HIFU. Balloon sinuplasty, deep brain stimulation, oral chemotherapy, immunotherapy, it can be monoclonal, antibodies will be given as injections, intravitreal injections, robotic surgeries including robotic assisted surgeries, stereotactic radiosurgeries, bronchial thermoplasty, vaporization of the prostate, green laser treatment or oleum laser treatment, intraoperative neuromonitoring, and stem cell therapy, which may be having hematopoietic stem cells for bone marrow transplant for hematological conditions to be covered only. This was the list of 12 ATMTs. Now other covers will be ambulance charges rupees 5000 per hospitalization, but in case where it is required to transfer the patient intercity, means out of the city, and the travel is more than 50 kilometers at one side, then the ambulance charges will be up to rupees 10,000 per hospitalization. Maternity benefit, in case of A class city normal delivery, it will be 50,000 rupees. In case of cesarean in A class, it will be 1 lakh. For other cities, for normal delivery it will be 40,000, and for cesarean it will be 65,000. Any claim related to the cataract for each eye will be limited to actual expenditures or rupees 1 lakh, whichever is less. The free medical checkup will also be available up to 1% of the sum insured, maximum rupees 5,000. That will be available once in every block of 4 claim free years. Now mental illness cover. For mental illness cover, the coverage is medical expenses, which may include pre-hospitalization and post-hospitalization expenses. The medical expenses may be related to mental illness only if treated at a hospital which has specific mental illness department, and if it has been treated by a medical practitioner who has qualification as psychiatrist or a professional having PG degree in Ayurveda in Manovigyan evam Manas Rog, or in case of homeopathy he should be having the PG degree in psychiatry. Any kind of psychological counseling or psychotherapy for which hospitalization is not necessary will not be covered under medical illness cover. Some more general rules, that domiciliary treatment will also be allowed up to rate of 20%, maximum rupees 1 lakh, and except of peritoneal dialysis it will be allowed, because for peritoneal dialysis it is 50% of the sum insured, maximum rupees 5 lakhs. Purchase of one pulse oximeter per family up to rupees 2000 is allowed if any covered family member treated at home for COVID-19. The documents will be required. The required documents will be: first is claim form, second corona positive report, third treating doctor's prescription, and the invoice of purchasing pulse oximeter. COVID-19 vaccination, the charges are also reimbursable up to rupees 250 per dose, subject to production of original receipt. Though it is not in staff GMIS, still it is common in all 4 PSGICs. Now temporary clauses for COVID-19. Till date these clauses have not been withdrawn, so I am including in this presentation. That home oxygen bed or ICU under domiciliary hospitalization for treatment of COVID-19 is included within the scope of domiciliary hospitalization. Only for COVID positive patients with moderate and severe symptoms, when attending doctor has prescribed for hospitalization as per their RT-PCR test, this domiciliary treatment will be available, and one undertaking is required from the insured member that hospital beds are not available, then this domiciliary hospitalization system has been adopted for. In this home oxygen bed ICU setup shall minimum include providing oxygen concentrator, cardiac monitor, PPE kit, N95 mask, sanitizer, gloves, etc., and 24 hours nurse stay and online consultation with the doctor. Daily limit is rupees 20,000 up to rupees 2 lakhs per insured including taxes, subject to availability of sum insured. The doctor's fee and medicine is extra. Reimbursement for minimum 7 days is allowed if it is a precondition for availing the facility, even if the setup is used for lesser days. Means the setup provider suppose has put a condition that even if you use the setup for 1 day, still charge will be taken for at least 7 days. In such cases, reimbursement is allowed for minimum 7 days. So we have come to the third chapter, that is other benefits and schemes. First we will talk about residential accommodation. There are 3 kind of residential accommodations: company owned residential accommodation, company leased residential accommodation, and personal leased residential accommodation. In company leased accommodation, lease will be between landlord and the company, and the monthly rent will be paid by the company. In this case, security deposit can also be provided by the company. But in case of personal lease, no security deposit will be provided by the company, and the rent will also be reimbursed on production of monthly rental receipt, because here the lease is between the employee and the landlord. Company is not there. Some employees are entitled for residential accommodation and some people are eligible for residential accommodation. We will see this, that for company owned and company leased residential accommodations, entitled employees are officers in scale 5 and above, and divisional managers, and full-time faculty members. These are entitled for housing accommodation under their service conditions. Now, what is the meaning of being entitled? So, both category, means A and B, are eligible for company's flats even if they own a house at the place of posting under housing loan scheme. That is the specific feature of entitled employees. This is the entitlement, that even if they own a house at the place of posting under housing loan scheme, still they are entitled for housing residential accommodation, either company owned accommodation or company leased accommodation. Now, what are the eligible employees? So, eligible employees are all transferred class 1 employees, provided they do not own a house acquired under company's housing loan at the place of posting. Next category is direct recruit class 1 employees posted outside hometown and are on probation. Third category is class 2 and class 3 employees who have been promoted to class 1 and transferred from one center to another or promotion after October 1992. Next category is of promotee senior assistants or stenographers who have been transferred on promotion. Fifth category is of class 3 employees who are posted at Raurkela project town. Sixth category is of Kashmir migrant class 3 employees. Seventh category is of those assistants who were direct recruited as assistant since 2013 and the next years. The eighth category is of those senior assistants who have been promoted out of the assistant direct recruited since 2013 and the subsequent years, and these senior assistants are posted at metro cities. If not in metro cities, then they may not be eligible. This is the table for lease rent limits for class 1 employees. In in the cadre of scale 1 and 2 except branch managers, in Mumbai it will be rupees 35,000. In other metro cities it will be rupees 23,000. In A class cities it will be 17,250 rupees. In B class cities it will be 11,500. In C class cities it will be rupees 9,250. For branch managers, limit is same in Mumbai, 35,000 rupees. In other metro cities it is 24,250. In A class cities it is 18,500. In B class cities 12,750. C class cities rupees 10,500. For scale 3 and scale 4 except the senior division manager, in Mumbai it is 45,000. In other metro cities 30,000. A class cities 24,250. B class cities 16,250. C class cities 13,750. For senior division managers in Mumbai it is same, that is 45,000 rupees. In metro cities it is 33,500. In A class cities it is 26,500. In B class cities it is 18,500. In C class cities it is 15,000 rupees. For scale 5 in Mumbai it is 50,000 rupees. In metro cities other than Mumbai it will be 33,500. A class cities it will be 26,500. B class cities it will be 18,500 and C class cities it will be 15,000. For scale 6 in all metro cities the lease rent limits will be decided by CMD on actual basis, so no such limit is there. For other cities again it will be decided by CMD, but the higher limit will be 125% of the limit of scale 5. For scale 7 in any class of city the lease rent limit will be the amount of lease rent will be decided by the CMD and there will not be any limit, it will be on actual basis. Residential accommodation means for lease rent limits. Now we are coming to the lease rent limits for direct recruited assistants who were recruited after 2013 and the senior assistants who got promoted out of such assistants. For senior assistant and steno in Mumbai it will be 13,800 and metro cities it will be 10,750. In other class of cities they are not eligible. In the cadre of assistant at Mumbai it will be 12,650. Metro cities it will be 8,050 and other class of cities it will be 6,900. Now lease rent limits for Kashmir migrant employees. In the cadre of senior assistant or steno in Mumbai it is 13,800. Other metro cities except Mumbai it will be 10,750. For A class cities 7,200, B class cities 5,400, C class cities 4,500. For assistant in Mumbai it will be 13,800. In other metro cities 7,500. In A class cities 4,950. In B class cities 3,750. In C class cities 2,950. For record clerks in Mumbai it will be 6,000 rupees and in other metro cities also it will be 6,000 rupees only. In A class cities it will be 4,000. In B class cities it will be rupees 3,000 and in C class cities it will be rupees 2,250. For sub staffs in Mumbai and other metro cities it will be 4,500. In A class cities it will be 3,000. B class cities it will be 2,150 and C class cities it will be 1,675. The lease rent limits for senior assistant and steno who have been transferred on promotion. In Mumbai it will be rupees 13,800. In other metro cities it will be rupees 10,750. A class cities 7,200. B class cities 5,400. In C class cities 4,500. The lease rent limits for employees posted at Raurkela Project Town. For senior assistant and steno it will be 2,750. For other clerical staff it will be rupees 2,200. For sub staff it will be 1,640. Now the lease rent limits are inclusive of society maintenance charges. The system of reimbursing society maintenance charges additionally has been stopped. Now the lease rent limits are inclusive of society maintenance charges. The classification of cities is based upon the rules for payment of CCA, but Mumbai is treated as a separate category in metro cities, and Ahmedabad, Bengaluru, Chennai, Delhi, Hyderabad, Kolkata and Pune are in the category of other metro cities. Now we are coming to the lump sum domiciliary medical benefit. This is available only for confirmed employees. In class 1, for the officers whose basic pay up to rupees 91,345, the eligible amount will be 19,600. Above 91,345, the eligible amount will be 29,400. In class 2 officers, up to the basic pay of rupees 72,375, the eligible amount will be 12,300, and for the basic pay above rupees 72,375, the eligible amount will be 19,600, and the applicable year will be 1st January to 31st December in class 1 and class 2 both. For class 3 and class 4, irrespective of the basic pay of the employee, the eligible amount of lump sum domiciliary medical benefit is rupees 9,800, and the applicable year is 1st of July to 30th of June. In case the officer or the employee has not worked for the whole year as confirmed employee in the same cadre, then it will be payable on pro rata basis. Now the full amount for retiring employees will be payable irrespective of their retirement date, though they may not work for the whole year. We are coming to the transfer benefits. Under transfer benefits, travelling allowance is allowed to employee, spouse of the employee, children of the employee, parents and dependent siblings of the employee. Joining time is allowed in outstation transfer cases for 6 days plus the journey time without any break of journey. Joining time in local transfer cases is allowed for 1 day, and Saturday, Sunday and holiday being will also be reckoned as a day for this purpose. It means in case of local transfer, the joining time has to be availed before occurrence of any Saturday, Sunday or holiday. Now second trip is available to shift the family within 6 months from the date of relieving from the place of transfer or the date of commencement of next academic year, whichever is earlier. Halting allowance for journey period is also available for employees and family members, but for children who are less than 12 years of age, the halting allowance will be 50% and it shall be paid to all employees and family members as daily allowance. Halting allowance for housing is also available if no leased or owned accommodation has been provided by the company. It will be available for maximum 30 days. It may include days after first 30 days, means it is not necessary that 30 days should be the first 30 days, okay, because it excludes the leave period and tour period. Just a short example, suppose one person joined the new place of posting at on 1st of May 2023. He will be eligible for halting allowance for maximum 30 days, but from 2nd of May to 15th of May he was on some tour. For that period he may not be eligible for halting allowance. Then we can count from the 1st May to 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th June, whatever is the day when he is completing the 30 days without receiving any housing accommodation on leased or owned basis, then he may be eligible for halting allowance for those 30 days though these 30 days are not first 30 days. Baggage allowance is available under transfer benefits in case of transfer of goods by rail mode. For scale 6 and above, full 4-wheeler wagon or 6000 kgs by goods train or one double container is the limit of reimbursement. For scale 5 and 4, full 4-wheeler wagon or 6000 kilograms by goods train or one single container can be reimbursed. For scale 1 to scale 3, the limit of reimbursement is 40 quintals by goods train. For other than class 1, the limit of reimbursement is 40 quintals by goods train, same. Now if the goods has been transferred through road mode, means not by rail, then scale 4 and above, the actual charges are reimbursable maximum up to the charges for 120 quintals by goods train. For scale 1 to scale 3, actual charges are reimbursable maximum up to the charges of 90 quintals by goods train. For other than class 1, again actual charges can be reimbursed maximum up to the charges of 60 quintals by a goods train. Local shifting expenses can be provided up to shifting of goods within 60 kilometers. For scale 4 and above, the limit will be 20,000 rupees. For scale 1 to scale 3, the limit of reimbursement will be rupees 15,000. For other than class 1 officers, limit of reimbursement will be rupees 10,000. Local shifting within the same compound, in case of local shifting within the same compound, the reimbursable limit will be 25% of the given limits. For ancillary expenses, means packing expenses, loading expenses, unloading expenses, local transportation charges and all incidentals, the limit of reimbursement for scale 4 and above will be 60,000 rupees. For scale 1 to 3, it will be 12,000 rupees. For other than class 1 officers, the limit of reimbursement will be 8,000 rupees. Transfer grant will be available only in outstation transfer cases, that will be equivalent to 1 month's basic pay plus FPA. Transfer grant and halting allowance is not payable in case of request transfers. Transportation of vehicle is allowed as car for assistant manager and other higher grades, and two-wheeler for other lower grades. Mid-academic years allowance is also under transfer benefits, which we have already discussed. The same benefits will also be allowed on retirement or on the death of employee to go to hometown. and these transfer benefits can be claimed within 6 months. Next is ex gratia in lieu of bonus. This is according to declared percentage of the salary. Eligibility for this ex gratia is working for 30 days or more days, may be on part-time basis or full-time basis, but not on contract basis, in that relevant financial year only, and the employees will be eligible even after their retirement or their death or resignation, but not upon dismissal. And their salary means basic pay plus DA, should not be more than rupees 21,000 per month. Then they will be eligible for ex gratia in lieu of bonus. The maximum salary for calculation of ex gratia is rupees 7,000 per month. Means even if one employee is earning rupees 20,000 per month, the salary for calculation of ex gratia will be considered rupees 7,000 per month only. The eligible employees who are under suspension shall get ex gratia after departmental proceedings, subject to the outcome of departmental proceedings. Next benefit is newspaper and periodical expenses for officers. For scale 6 and 7, the monthly limit is rupees 500. For scale 4 and 5, the monthly limit is rupees 400. Up to scale 3, the monthly limit for reimbursement is rupees 200, and these expenses are payable on half yearly basis, means twice in a year. Now reimbursement for purchase of briefcase or leather bag for class 1. In the cadre of scale 6 and above, the limit of reimbursement including taxes is rupees 5,000. For scale 4 and 5, this limit is 4,000 rupees. For scale 3 and scale 2, the limit is rupees 3,000, and for scale 1, the limit of reimbursement is rupees 2,000. Once in a 3 years, this reimbursement can be availed to by class 1 officers, including the probationers and promotees, but this is not payable during the notice period of VRS. The reimbursement of out-of-pocket expenses for Lok Adalat will be at the rate of 1,000 for officers who are attending Lok Adalat on Saturday, Sunday at the place of posting. In case they are attending the Lok Adalat out of the place of posting, means outstation Lok Adalat they are attending, then the reimbursement of out-of-pocket expenses will be rupees 500 plus their TADA halting allowance as per their travelling rules will be reimbursable. For class 3 and class 4 employees to attend Lok Adalat on Saturday, Sunday, the overtime will be as per applicable rules. Ex gratia for reimbursement of medical expenses is available for treatment of employees and non-earning spouse or dependent children for maximum at 2 occasions in the service period. 90% of the claim amount of uncovered balance, maximum rupees 3 lakhs, is covered under this. Means suppose one person has incurred the expenses of 10 lakh rupees and his health insurance is having only 6 lakhs rupees, then 4 lakh amount is uncovered balance. So out of the 4 lakhs, 90% can be granted under ex gratia reimbursement. So 90% of the 4 lakhs will be 3 lakh 60,000. Then the maximum limit is 3 lakhs. So only 3 lakh rupees will be available to the employee under ex gratia reimbursement for medical expenses. But if the uncovered expenses are beyond eligible 3 lakhs, like in the example we have taken, then it may be reimbursed to the extent of 80% of the amount in excess of rupees 3 lakhs. Means 3 lakhs we have already reimbursed. Now 60,000 is the further balance. So 80% of the 60,000, that will be 48,000 rupees, can be reimbursable additionally. The overall limit is rupees 5 lakhs per occasion, but in case of unutilized amount of one occasion, like in the example we have taken, only 3,48,000 has been utilized. Remaining 1,52,000 cannot be carried over for second occasion. There can be provision of providing advance ex gratia also, that will be up to 75% of the estimate. GTIS. Employees who are covered under NPS are also eligible to opt for GTIS. Employees who are not covered in pension scheme or NPS may not be eligible for GTIS. The employees who joined on or after 23rd of July 2019 are compulsorily covered under GTIS, and the existing member of GTIS cannot opt out of the scheme. This is the table showing sum insured and premium of GTIS according to the range of basic pay. So first category is where the basic pay is more than 1,46,676. The sum insured will be 24 lakhs, premium will be rupees 1,380. The second category is where basic pay is more than 1,05,756 but less than 1,46,675. The sum insured will be 20 lakhs and premium will be 1,150. The third category is where basic pay is between 75,351 to 1,05,755. The sum insured will be 14 lakhs and the premium will be rupees 805. Where the basic pay is between 40,351 to 75,350, it comes under category 4. The sum insured is 10 lakhs and premium is rupees 575. The category 5 is for basic pay from 21,686 to 40,350. Sum insured is 5 lakh rupees and the premium is rupees 288. Sixth category is for those employees whose basic pay is up to 21,685. Their sum insured under GTIS is rupees 3 lakhs and the premium is 173, and all these premiums are excluding GST, means GST will be additional on these premium rates. Now the miscellaneous benefits. One is maximum reimbursement regarding general medical health checkup for scale 4 and above officers will be rupees 5,000 per medical checkup. For the officers whose age is less than 50, the number of permitted medical checkup are 1. Between the age of 50 to 55, the number of permitted medical checkup are 2. After 55, the number of permitted medical checkup are also 2. The sum insured under employee death linked insurance, means EDLI scheme, will be rupees 7,02,000. Now the scheme for compassionate appointment. This is effective from 1st of November 2014, means it is effective for the employees who died on or after 1st of November 2014. The beneficiaries in this compassionate appointment scheme are dependent family members of the employee who died while in service, including the suicide cases, or dependent family members of the employee who retired on medical grounds due to incapacitation before reaching the age of 55 years. If such retirement is after the age of 55 years, then there will be no eligibility under this compassionate appointment scheme. Dependent family members will be spouse or wholly dependent son or wholly dependent daughter and wholly dependent siblings of unmarried employees. The competent authority under this scheme will be CMD of the company. People who are getting recruited on compassionate grounds will be posted in clerical or sub-staff cadres only. The age limit on the date of application after relaxation will be for spouse unlimited, means for spouse there is no upper age limit, up to 59 years 64 days also it can be appointed. For non-spouse cases it will be maximum 35 years or as per the recruitment rules. Now as per the recruitment rules, maximum age is 30 years. So 5 years is the relaxation here. And minimum age in case of non-spouse cannot be less than 18 years. In case of spouse, obviously it will be not less than the 18 years. Time limit for application is within 5 years from the date of employee's death or the date of employee's retirement on medical grounds. There will be maximum 5% of the vacancies falling under direct recruitment quota. It is also applicable in case of missing employees, where the employee is non-traceable after lapse of 2 years from the date of being missing, provided FIR has been lodged. But in case of employees who had less than 2 years to retire, or employees who are suspected to have committed a fraud, or the employees who have joined terrorist organization, or the employees who have gone abroad, this scheme may not be applicable for missing employees. One more provision for this compassionate scheme is that those widows who have been appointed on compassionate ground, they will be allowed to continue their service even after their remarriage. If a spouse earns more than first gross salary of the assistant, then his or her application can be rejected also. Otherwise, the spouse will have to resign the present job and join on compassionate appointment grounds. If spouse earns less than first gross salary of assistant, then only the application of other dependents can be considered, subject to no objection certificate from the spouse. The people who are getting appointed on compassionate grounds will be placed at the bottom of all candidates recruited or promoted in that year to that cadre, irrespective of their joining date in that cadre. Means the person who has been appointed in the compassionate grounds, even if he has joined on 1st of January and afterwards some recruitment took place, some promotions took place, and people got recruited via direct recruitment, and people got promoted and joined so and so cadre, then the seniority of compassionate ground appointee will be at the bottom of all these candidates, irrespective of the joining date of any of them. Next scheme is ex gratia COVID-19 financial assistance scheme. The benefit under this scheme is lump sum compensation of rupees 10 lakh to legal heirs on the death of an employee due to COVID-19 disease or COVID-19 related medical complications. So COVID-19 related medical complications can be considered within 6 months of recovery from the COVID-19, and in case of 100% of uncovered medical expenses incurred on treatment of COVID-19 disease. For people who are posted under a regional office, then the competent authority for providing this assistance scheme will be RO Claims Committee. The officers or employees who are posted at head office, the competent authority will be General Manager HR, and at LCB, the LCB Claims Committee will be the competent authority. Conveyance Scheme 2011. This scheme is applicable to general managers, deputy general managers, chief regional managers, chief managers, divisional managers or branch in charges, and other officers who are having development or marketing functions. There are cadre wise limits. For scale 1, 2 and 3, the ex showroom price of petrol vehicle should be 8,25,000 rupees. For scale 4 and 5, this amount should be 9,30,000. For scale 5, CRM means earlier we saw scale 4 and 5, now scale 5 who are CRM, the limit will be 10,60,000. For scale 6 and 7, the limit will be 13,85,000. For the cadre of officers up to scale 4, the eligible number of times for conveyance facility is 4 times. For the cadre of officers in scale 5 and above, the eligible number of conveyance facility will be 3 times during their service tenure. This 3 times will be counted from the vehicle opted at the time of entering the scale 5. Now scale 5 who have got promoted from scale 4, they will be having an option for either converting their existing vehicle to conveyance scheme or purchase of new vehicle after payment of the loan amount or the WDV amount as the case may be. In case they are choosing for converting the loan, then that vehicle shall not be reckoned within the limits of 3 vehicles during the service. The amount payable for cleaning of vehicle is payable at the rate of rupees 650 per month under the conveyance scheme 2011. For the cadre of GM, the quarterly petrol limits are 375 liters per quarter. For DGM and CRM, it is 300 liters. For chief managers, 250 liters. For other officers who are having marketing function, it will be according to the classification of the cities. In metro cities, it will be 250 liters. A class cities 225 liters, B class cities 180 liters, and C class cities 150 liters will be the quarterly petrol limit. Replacement of tire and tube is also allowed in 40 months or at 32,000 kilometers, whichever is earlier. The battery replacement is allowed after 18 months. Under the conveyance scheme 2011, this is the table showing admissible repair charges according to age of the vehicle and the cadre of the employee. For first year, scale 1 to 2, it will be 8,000, second year 9,000, third year 10,000, fourth year 11,000, fifth year 12, total 50,000. For scale 4 and 5, the repair charges admissible will be admissible at the rate of rupees 9,000, second year 10,000, third year 11, fourth year 12, fifth year 13,000, total 55,000. For scale 6 and 7, this will be 10,000, 11,000, 12,000, 13,000, 14,000, total 60,000. The car may be transferred in the name of officer after 5 years, and that time no recovery of insurance cost or RTO charges or charges for name transfer will be done. Conveyance scheme 2011 says, in case of a vehicle of higher model or value has been purchased, then the charges like road tax, insurance premium, registration fee, etc. will be restricted proportionately to the eligible limits. In case of a total loss to the vehicle, upon payment of claim by the insurer, the claim amount will be utilized first for closing the written down value of the car. Then, in case the claim amount paid by the insurer is less than the WDV and some shortfall is there, then the shortfall will be recovered from the officer. In case the claim amount is more than the WDV of the car, then the excess amount will be retained by the company and officer will not get anything. Now we come to LTS. All confirmed employees, spouse, dependent children and dependent parents are eligible for LTS. The limit of dependency is same, means income up to rupees 9,000 plus dearness relief. Once in a block of 2 years, LTS can be availed by officers and employees as well. For officers, the block of 2 years will be starting with an odd year and ending at some even year, just like 2021, 2022. But for class 3 employees, it will be starting from even year and ending at odd year, like 2022, 2023. A surface distance of 3000 km is allowed under LTS, but such limit of surface distance is not there in hometown journey. Entitled mode of journey are same as per travel rules, but the air travel relaxation regarding surface distance of 1000 kilometers is not applicable in LTS. In LTS, one block of the years can be carried forward to next block also, means 2 blocks can be clubbed together to avail LTS. Officers who transferred to northeast regions can avail LTS every year. It is possible to travel in 2 groups, but both the groups should avail LTS in same block. Partially LTS carrying over is not allowed. LTS facility can be extended for retired employees up to 6 months after the date of retirement. The fare of Duranto, Tejas, Vande Bharat Express trains is also allowed to those employees who are entitled for fare of Rajdhani Express train. Travel by special trains is also allowed to the employees who are entitled for second AC Rajdhani fare, but travel by luxury trains is not allowed under LTS. Next is incentive scheme for development of in-house actuarial capacity. This scheme came into existence it is effective from 19th of Feb 2020. All confirmed employees who have passed at least 4 actuarial papers are eligible to get incentives in this scheme or get benefits in this scheme. Members of approving committee for the benefits will be GM and DGM of actuarial department and the DGM of HRM department. The institutes allowed are just 2. First is Institute of Actuaries of India. Second is Institute of Faculty of Actuaries UK. Examination fees, it is reimbursable for maximum 2 attempts in CM, CB and CB series exams. It is reimbursable for maximum 3 attempts in CP, SP and SC series exams. Annual subscription fee for any one institute is reimbursable only if the applicant or the employee has appeared in exam during the preceding subscription year. Study material fee can also be reimbursed, but only for IAI after passing the exam and on production of proof of the payment. There is a provision of special allowance also that is applicable or payable on passing of minimum 4 papers. This is the incentive scheme amounts, means the people who have passed CB1, CB2, CB3, CS1, CM2, CP2, CP3 papers, they may be eligible for special allowance at the rate of rupees 2000 per paper. For passing CS2 and CM1, special allowance of rupees 4000 per paper is payable. Passing CP1, SP exams and SA exams, special allowance payable is rupees 6000 per paper per month. The fellow members, means after passing the fellowship of these institutes, the amount of special allowance will be rupees 50,000 per month. That is maximum amount for any member. Plus, this special allowance will not become part of basic pay and will be paid only if the employee is working in actuarial department of the company. This particular provision I feel is different in all PSGICs. Now, incentive scheme says that there will be restrictive clause for special allowances. The employees who have not passed CB, CM and CS series, they will have to pass at least one paper in next 2 years, otherwise special allowance will not be payable. The employees who have passed CB, CM, CS series, they have to pass at least one paper in next 3 years, otherwise they may also not get special allowance. And whenever somebody is falling under the restrictive clause, means the above two conditions, then he may have to pass at least one paper to again become eligible for special allowance. Now this is the amount of incentive and means special allowance and the corresponding restrictive tenure and the liquidated damages in case of leaving the company. So those people who are getting special allowances up to rupees 15,000 per month, they will have to undergo a bond of 5 years. In case they leave the company before 5 years, they will have to pay 5 lakh rupees. Similarly, those who are getting special allowance of 15,001 to 25,000 per month, they have to go under some bond of 5 years. In case they are not serving for 5 years, then they will have to pay 6 lakhs rupees. The employees who are getting more than 25,000 per month as a special allowance, they also have to undergo a bond of 5 years, but the amount of liquidated damages will be 7 lakhs. And every time when an employee is becoming eligible for the next slab of special allowances, new bond will be done for residual period proportionately, but it may not be less than 3 years. And on exit, the liquidated damages will be reduced proportionately to the length of service rendered. There is no provision of providing any special leave for the exam preparation, and the person who is appearing in the exam shall be deemed on duty on the date of examination, that too only if he has shown the proofs of attending the exam. Employees who have cleared more than 8 papers can be posted to HR actuarial department as per the requirement of the company. And if we go strictly by the provisions, then even on passing lesser papers, company has the right to put the employees in HR actuarial department as per the requirements. The committee will review it annually, that how many benefits are being paid under the scheme. If one employee who is receiving special allowance under this scheme, if he is on leave for more than 30 days, then no special allowance will be admissible for that leave period. Now we have come to leave encashment. Leave encashment can be paid in 3 situations. First, when the employee is in service, then maximum days of leave will be 15 days, which can be encashed in a block of 2 years. This block will start with even year and will end at one odd year, like 2020-2021. The eligible salary for calculation of encashment in this condition will be basic pay plus FPA plus DA plus HRA plus CCA. Second condition is when somebody is superannuating, retiring, then leave encashment can be paid. This time leave encashment can be paid up to maximum 240 days, but the eligible salary will be basic pay plus FPA plus DA for the calculation of amount of encashment. In case one employee has died, then maximum 240 days of leave can be encashed, and the eligible salary for calculation of leave encashment will be basic pay plus FPA plus DA plus HRA plus CCA. In case of resignations, in case of terminations, no leave encashment is payable. It is also not payable to the probationer whilst in service. Now we have come to the pension. First of all, we will see how many kind of pensions are there. First is superannuation pension, the most common one. Then pension on voluntarily retirement. Next, invalid pension. For invalid pension, minimum 10 years of qualifying service is required, and invalid pension is payable to those retirees who are retiring on account of any bodily or mental infirmity which permanently incapacitates the employee. Next is compassionate allowance. Compassionate allowance technically should not be pension, but it is covered under pension only. So it is a kind of pension only. So if some employee is dismissed or removed from service, then his service and his pension will be forfeited. But in case of any request from the employee, the competent authority on its discretion can sanction compassionate allowance which may not exceed 2/3 of pension which would have been admissible to him according to the length of his service. Here 2/3 sometimes confuses the candidates. This 2/3 means 66.67%. Don't get confused with 75%. It is 66.67%, 2/3. Next kind of pension is family pension. Family pension is almost same as superannuation pension. We will see the differences afterwards. But commutation is not allowed in family pension. Next is provisional pension. Provisional pension is nothing but full pension, and commutation is not allowed. Since commutation is not allowed, then it is full pension only. Now how to calculate the pension? So for calculation purpose, first we have to see the qualifying service. Qualifying service must be minimum 10 years and cannot be more than 33 years. If it is more than 33 years, we will have to take 33 years only. Then we have to see what is the average of previous 10 months basic salary. So whatever is the basic pay of previous 10 months, we have to take an average of that, and that average has to be divided by 2, means half of that average we have to take. That is first point, we will call it A. Then next calculation we have to see, we have to take commuted fraction of A. Generally it is 1/3. The fraction will be given in exam. You have to take out the amount. Third thing which we require is the amount of dearness relief. Generally dearness relief amount is available in the question paper, but if it is not given and they have given the DS labs and DR factor, then we have to simply multiply the DS labs with DR factor. Now we have to calculate the amount of commutation. So the amount of commutation will be B, means commuted fraction of A, okay, multiplied by commutation factor. See, these are two similar words, commutation fraction and commutation factor. So that commutation factor and commutation fraction are similar words, but both are different things. Don't get confused in this. So B multiplied by commutation factor multiplied by 12, that represents a number of months in a year. Next, basic pension. Basic pension we will calculate basic pension after commutation. So that will be A minus B. And monthly pension we will calculate by adding dearness relief in basic pension after commutation. We have taken one or two examples also. This is first example. Suppose one person has completed its qualifying service as 33 years and the average of previous 10 months basic pay is 56,510 and the commuted fraction is 1/3. Now commutation factor is 9.81, that is applicable for 61 years, and DS labs are 1055 and dearness relief factor is 42.3825. So how we will calculate? So the basic pension is half of the average, that is 28,255, half of the average of basic pay. Next we have to calculate the commuted pension. Commuted pension will be that commutation fraction, means basic pay multiplied by commuted fraction. So in this example 28,255 multiplied by 1/3, so it will become 9,418. Now basic pension after commutation will be 28,255 minus 9,418. So the basic pension after commutation will be 18,837. So dearness relief we have to calculate. It is 1055, means DS labs multiplied with dearness relief factor, DR factor, that is 42.3825. So the amount of dearness relief will be 44,714. Now monthly pension. Monthly pension will be basic pension after commutation plus dearness relief. So in the present example it will be 18,837 plus 44,714, total 63,551. The lump sum commutation amount. Lump sum commutation amount is commuted pension multiplied by commutation factor multiplied by 12, that will become 11,08,687. We will see one more example of this. In this example, qualifying service is of 22 years. Average of previous 10 months salary is same, 56,510. Commuted fraction is same, 1 by 3. Commutation factor has changed to 12.35 according to the age of 53 years. DA slabs have also got changed, 882. Dearness relief factor is also different, 19.794. Now the basic pension will be half of the 10 months basic pay proportionate for the qualifying services, means for 22 years out of 33 years. So it will be multiplied by 22 by 33. So the basic pension will be 18,837. Now the commuted pension will be 18,837 multiplied by the commuted fraction, that is 1 by 3. So the commuted pension is 6,279. The basic pension after commutation is 18,837 minus 6,279, total 12,558. The dearness relief will be DA slabs multiplied by dearness relief factor. So it will be 17,458. The monthly pension will be basic pension after commutation plus dearness relief. So it will be 12,558 plus 17,458, total 30,016. Now the lump sum commutation amount, it will be equal to commuted pension multiplied by commutation fraction multiplied by 12. So in this case, commuted pension is 6,279 multiplied by commutation factor, it is 12.35 multiplied by 12. So it will become 9,30,548. This is the amount of minimum monthly pension according to the date of retirement or the date of death. So those people who have retired or death on or after 1st of August 1997 but before 1st of August 2002, the amount of minimum monthly pension will be 1,100. Those who have retired or died afterwards but before 1st of August 2007, then the amount of minimum monthly pension will be 1,480. People retired or died after 1st of August 2007 but before 1st of August 2012, the amount of minimum pension will be 1,880. Those who retired after August 2012 but before 1st of August 2017, they will get 3,010 as minimum monthly pension. And those people who have retired on or after 1st of August 2017, the amount of minimum monthly pension for them is 4,070 rupees. All these dates are corresponding to the date of earlier wage revisions or the current wage revision. Now this is a chart showing minimum monthly pension. So basic pension per month, if it is up to 15,950, then eligible percentage of pay is 30%, and the amount of minimum monthly family pension will be 4,070. The calculation of monthly family pension will be done in the similar manner as we have done. in earlier examples, but commutation will not be there. Dearness relief will be there. If the basic pay per month is 15,951 to 31,760, then the eligible percentage of pay for family pension will be 20%, and the amount of minimum monthly family pension will be 4,820. For the employees who are having basic pay per month rupees 31,761 and above, the eligible percentage of pay will be 15%, and the amount of minimum monthly pension will be 6,370. Now, amendment scheme 2019, which is known with the name of OMOP also, one more option for pension. It was applicable for those employees who joined before 28th of June 1995 and they were in service on the date of application of this scheme or getting this scheme effective. So the date of getting this scheme effective is 23rd of April 2019. For those people, the last date of option was 22nd of July 2019 and the effective date of pension was the date of their retirement. It was also applicable to the employees who joined the company before 28th of June 1995 but retired before publication of this scheme. For those, the last date of providing option form is 21st of August 2019 and the effective date of pension was 23rd of April 2019. It was also applicable for the family of those employees who joined before 28th of June 1995 but died in service before publication of this scheme. The last date of option and effective date of pension both were same in this category also, just like category 2. In category 4 also, the last date of option and effective date of pension was same, but it covers the families of those employees who joined before 28th of June 1995 but retired and died before publication of the scheme or getting this scheme effective. The date is 23rd of April 2019. The people went on VRS are also eligible to opt for pension under this OMOP, subject to completion of 20 years of service. Now we have come to gratuity. Gratuity is payable on termination of employment of rendering continuous service for not less than 5 years. It is payable on superannuation. It is payable on voluntary retirement or resignation. It is payable on death or disablement due to accident or diseases. It is payable on termination also if it is other than a vigilance matter. So the termination has been done by corporation, but it is not a vigilance matter. It does not involve any moral turpitude. Then also the gratuity will be payable. This table shows the rate of gratuity for number of completed years of service. According to this, up to 11 years 50% gratuity will be payable, for 12 years 60%, 13 years 70%, 14 years 80%, 15 years and more 100%. For service up to 30 years, maximum 15 months basic pay is payable, and additional gratuity will be half month's basic pay for each completed year of service beyond 30 years. Now calculation part we are coming up to. While calculating for gratuity, we have to make two calculations. One, payable amount of gratuity according to Payments of Gratuity Act. Second calculation will be for payable amount of gratuity under the schemes of PSGICs. After making these two calculations, we have to compare where the employee is getting more gratuity, that amount will be payable to the employee as gratuity. So this is how we will calculate for clerical cadres. Under the act, it is wages multiplied by 15/26 multiplied by number of year of service. Here 15/26 is the way they have calculated half month. It is written in the act, and wages will include basic pay plus FPA plus TA. Now under the scheme, we have to see two portion. First, A, that will be basic multiplied by 15 years for first 15 years of service, and then B, that will be half of the basic multiplied by the years in excess of 15 years. Now total A plus B should not exceed 20 months of basic pay. Here the basic is basic pay plus FPA. Now we are coming to the calculation for officers. First we will see how to calculate under scheme. So again, the basic pay will be basic pay plus FPA, and we have to take out A and B. So A is gratuity amount for service up to 30 years, that will be basic multiplied by years of service multiplied by rate of gratuity, that will be for maximum 15 years. Next, gratuity amount for service over 30 years means if one person has served for 31 years, then for first 30 years we have to take maximum 15 years. Then afterwards, for each completed year more than 30 years, we have to take basic divided by 2, so half of the basic multiplied by years in excess of 30 years. Then gratuity amount will be A plus B. Now under the act, again this is same, wages will be basic pay plus FPA plus TA, and the payable gratuity will be wages multiplied by 15/26 multiplied by number of years of service. And according to the act, maximum 20 lakh rupees can be paid as gratuity. So this is first example of calculation. Here the cadre of retiree is senior assistant. He has completed the service of 35 years, 6 months and 5 days, and the basic pay is 50,140, DA is 37,655.14, FPA is 1015. So as per act, the amount of basic plus TA plus FPA we have to take as wages, so it will become total 88,810.14. We have to multiply it by the duration of service, that will be 36. So we can say wherever the period of service after completing all years, whatever is in months, if the months are exceeding 6 months, then we have to consider it as one full year. So 36 multiplied by 15/26, so the amount of payable gratuity is 18,44,518. Now the gratuity as per scheme. In the scheme, pay is different, wages are different, then basic pay plus FPA we have to take, so it will be 51,155, and we will simply multiply it with 20 because already he has completed more than 35 years, and this person is in class 3, or you can say clerical cadre. Okay, and we have to multiply it with 100% because he has completed more than 15 years, so 100% gratuity will be payable. The amount is 10,23,100. Now we have to compare in these two amounts. So the more is 18,44,518, that is gratuity as per act. That will be the payable amount of gratuity in this case. Now the calculation example number 2. Here the person who retired, he is in deputy manager cadre, means he is officer. He has completed 23 years, 7 months and 5 days of service, and his basic pay is 24,630, DA is 12,458, FPA is 250. Now gratuity as per act, it will be wages are basic plus DA plus FPA, so 37,338 multiplied by 24, that is the length of service, multiplied by 15 by 26, so the amount comes 5,16,988. As per the scheme, the wages will be basic plus FPA, so it becomes 24,880, and then we have to take 15 years because he has not completed 30 years, so total 15 years we have to take, and multiplied by 100% because he has completed more than 15 years. The amount of gratuity will be 3,73,200. Here also the amount of gratuity as per act is more, so the payable gratuity will be 5,16,988. Now we are moving to travel rules. Generally, tour means a journey beyond 8 kilometers from the outer municipal limits of the headquarters. The tour is deemed to be started at scheduled departure time of the train or airline whatsoever. A journey is completed when an employee reaches the next place of duty. However, if 2 or more journeys are completed on the same calendar day, then it will be treated as one completed journey. This table shows the eligible mode of travel. For cadre above scale 5, the rail mode and air mode both are permissible in economy class for air travel and first AC for rail. For scale 4, again air and rail both modes are eligible. For economy class in air travel and for second AC in rail travel. For scale 1, 2, 3, rail mode is the admissible mode. Second AC in Rajdhani trains and second AC or class 1 or first class in other trains is eligible, permissible. If some person from scale 1, 2 and 3 is travelling by air, then 125% of entitled rail fare will be reimbursable to him. Now air travel is allowed to scale 2 and scale 3, but the condition is the surface distance should be more than 1000 kilometers. For class 3 with basic pay above 23,450, rail mode is allowed, and the class they can travel in is third AC in Rajdhani and second AC or first class in other trains. Now this basic pay of 23,450 belongs to earlier wage revision. In this wage revision, the new basic pay corresponding to this basic pay is 36,450. However, I have not seen any circular which defines such kind of change. Now class 3 with basic pay below rupees 23,450, the new basic pay, that is 36,440. Eligible mode of travel is rail, and they can travel in second class sleeper. They can travel in first class or second AC only if the night journey is involved in that tour or the travel. The officers who are entitled to conveyance facilities and they are taking the tour by their own vehicles, they shall be governed by this rule, that in case of officers assigned with development functions and other eligible officers who are undertaking tour in their own vehicle, including the vehicles on loan basis also, then they are allowed for mileage allowance. For petrol car this will be 12%, for diesel car this will be 15%, for two-wheelers the mileage allowance will be 5%. In case of officers who are using company owned cars, then petrol and oil expenses as per the actuals supported by cash memos will be allowed. In case of travel by steamer, the officers may travel by highest class and reimbursement for the same is allowed. In case of road journey, if train is not available, then officers may travel by first class in a bus or by taking single seat in taxi, and other employees, means other than officers, may travel by public transport taking a single seat. In case of road journey where train is available, the actual fare of the road journey may not exceed the fare of eligible class in train. In special circumstances, when it is necessary and expedient, the GM and above can allow officers to travel by any higher class, and the CMD can allow class 3 employees to travel by any higher class. These are conveyance and incidental expenses. Conveyance means from residence to station. Conveyance expenses for officers are payable as actual. The conveyance expenses for class 3 and class 4 employees are payable in actual, subject to a maximum of 100% of halting allowance at C class city rate for 1 day for each completed journey, and it will be inclusive of incidentals also, if any. Now the incidental expenses for officers will be allowed as actual expenses, subject to a maximum of half days halting allowance payable in C class city for each completed journey. For class 3 and class 4 employees, incidental expenses are not allowed because this has already been covered under conveyance expenses for them. Now local journey at tour station, actual expenses are allowed, reimbursable for local journey on office work at the tour station. No expenses will be reimbursable for proceeding from the place of stay at the tour station to the office or first place of duty, and vice versa. Means from the place of stay, if the officer is going to the office or the first place of the duty, then expenses incurred for that local journey and while coming back on the same route, the expenses for that journey also will not be reimbursable. And in case the transport has been provided at the place of stay, then no expenses for local journey will be reimbursable. If someone is making local journey to a place which is beyond 8 kilometers from the outer municipal limits of the place of stay, then it will be considered a tour journey even if it is the first place of duty. The officers assigned with development function, if they undertake official tour by own car, then they can claim reimbursement of 80% of the cost of petrol which they have used for running at the place of the tour, subject to normal monthly limit on running expenses as per rule. Now daily halting allowances. For cadre 7 and cadre 6 in metros, here there are only 4 metros: Mumbai, Delhi, Kolkata, Chennai. So in metros it will be 1800, in A class cities 1300, B class cities 1100, C class cities 950. For scale 5 and scale 4 in metros 1500, A class cities 1300, B class cities 1100, C class cities 950. Scale 1, 2 and 3 in metro 1300, A class cities 1100, B class cities 950 and C class cities 800. For development officers grade 1, senior assistant and steno, in metro it will be 700, in A class cities it will be 700, in B class cities it will be 600, in C class cities it will be 450. For development officer grade 2, assistant and record clerk, the daily halting allowance for metro and A class cities will be 600, for B class cities it will be 520, for C class cities it will be 340. For class 4 employees in metro and A class cities it will be 500, for B class cities it will be 400, in C class cities it will be 250. So this is the classification of cities for daily halting allowance. Metro cities will be Mumbai, Delhi, Kolkata, Chennai. A class cities will be population where population is more than 12 lakhs. B class cities will be population between 5 lakhs to 12 lakhs, and C class cities will be all other cities. Now the calculation rules for daily halting allowance. For journey period, the daily halting allowance will be payable on the rate of applicable rates of C class cities. For journey duration more than 12 hours, it will be payable 100% of the daily limits. For more than 6 hours but less than 12 hours, 50% of the daily limits of halting allowance will be payable, and for less than 6 hours, 30% of the daily limit of halting allowance will be payable. In case of delay in public transport, then if it is a delay at the time of departure, then scheduled time of departure will be considered, and if it is a delay at the time of arrival, then actual time of arrival will be considered for payment of halting allowance. Now if someone stay with relatives, friends or acquaintances, then 100% of halting allowance will be payable to him. In case the employee in class 1 is receiving free lodging, then 3/4 of daily limit at that respective city will be payable as halting allowance. 3/4 means 75%. If free boarding is provided to class 1, then half of the daily limit at that respective city will be payable as halting allowance. If both free boarding and free lodging has been provided to a class 1 officer, then 1/4 of the halting allowance payable at that respective city. If free boarding or free lodging is provided to other classes means other than class 1, means class 2, class 3, class 4, then half of the daily limit at the respective city will be payable as halting allowance. If both free boarding and free lodging is provided to other classes, then same 1/4 of daily limit will be payable at that respective city. In case of stay in hotel, the halting allowance will be reduced by 10 rupees per day. The calculation rules further says, in case of availing CL, casual leave, or sick leave, even including EL on medical grounds during the tour, then no halting allowance is payable for the leave period. However, fare for the return journey to headquarters will be payable. In case of availing EL on any other ground, means other than medical grounds, then the tour will be deemed to be end immediately. The daily limit of halting allowance for officers will be 100% for 180 days. Afterwards, it will be 50%. The daily limit for class 3 and class 4 will be 100% for 180 days, and afterwards it may not be payable. During the training, the days limit will be 90 days only, and if neither boarding nor free lodging has been provided, then 100% daily limit of halting allowance will be payable. If free boarding or free lodging, either free boarding or free lodging is provided, then half of the daily limit at that respective city will be payable. If free boarding and free lodging both have been provided, then 1/4 of the daily limit of halting allowance will be payable. If boarding and lodging charges are included in the tuition fee which is payable to that institute, then 1/4 of the daily limit at that respective city will be payable as halting allowance. This is lodging eligibilities for class 1. Lodging in ITDC hotels. For scale 1 officer, 1-star non-AC single room. Scale 2 and 3, 2-star non-AC single room. For scale 4 and 5, 3-star AC single room. Scale 4 and 5, 3-star AC single room. Scale 6 and 7, 4-star AC single room. ITDC means India Tourism Development Corporations. Now, non-ITDC hotels, what will be the daily limits? For class 4 employees, in major cities it will be 1400, in area 1 it will be 1050, in other places it will be 700. For class 3 employees, in major cities it will be 1600, in area 1 it will be 1200, in other places it will be 800. For development officers, in major cities it will be 1800, in area 1 it will be 1350, other places it will be 900. For administrative officer, in major cities it will be 2000, in area 1 it will be 1500, and in other places it will be 1000. For deputy manager and assistant manager, in major cities it will be 2900, in area 1 it will be 2000, for other places it will be 1500. For chief manager and manager, in major cities it will be 4800, in area 1 it will be 2900, and other places it will be 2400. For GM and DGMs, in major cities it will be 8200, in area 1 it will be 4100, in other places it will be 3600 rupees. The classification of cities, major cities will be Ahmedabad, Mumbai, Bangalore, Kolkata, Delhi, Hyderabad and Chennai. In area 1, Pune, Nagpur, Surat, Jaipur, Lucknow, Visakhapatnam, Patna, Vadodara, Kochi, Indore, Bhopal, Ludhiana, Coimbatore, Madurai, Agra and Varanasi are included. And all other cities which are not in this list will be at other place category. Other important rules are the employees who are on earned leave, if they have been recalled on duty, then they will be entitled for TADA for themselves only. That too for return journey to headquarters only, provided while seeking the leave address was furnished in the application. The service charges will be reimbursable, whatever has been paid to the travel agent for booking railway tickets. Now we have come to leave rules. First basic things we have to remember is that leave is not a matter of right. Then no leave shall start or no leave shall end on a holiday or on a off day. This is which leave can be clubbed with which other kind of leave. So casual leave can be clubbed with exam leave, leave on LOP, quarantine leave. A privilege leave can be clubbed with leave on loss of pay, sick leave, maternity leave, exam leave and quarantine leave. The sick leave can be clubbed with privilege leave, leave on LOP, maternity leave, quarantine leave. Maternity leave can be clubbed with leave on LOP, sick leave, privilege leave, exam leave, quarantine leave. And exam leave can be clubbed with casual leave, privilege leave, leave on LOP, maternity leave and quarantine leave. Casual leaves maximum 12 days in a year are permissible, and at a time maximum 5 days are permissible. Half day casual leaves can also be permitted, but for maximum of 6 occasions in the year. Intervening holidays between 2 casual leaves shall not be counted as leave, and unutilized casual leaves will get lapsed at the end of the year. This is how we have to calculate the casual leaves. For those who have joined in a middle of that year, then days from the date of joining to 31st December of that year we have to take, and then we have to divide it by 30, and whatever fraction is coming there we have to ignore that. Then whatever number we will get, that will be the admissible leave for those people who joined in the middle of a year. For those people who retire in middle of a year, then days from 1st January of that year to the date of retirement we have to take, and again we have to divide it by 30 and we have to ignore the fraction. After doing this, whatever number we will get, that will be the admissible casual leaves for people who are retiring in middle of that year. Any leave, including the leaves availed on LOP, will not affect the calculation of casual leaves. Restricted holidays, again we have to see restricted holidays. These are holidays, not a leave, so it can be clubbed with any kind of leave because it is an holiday only. Now employee has to select maximum 2 holidays from the list of declared restricted holidays for that year, and he has to inform the company at the beginning of the calendar year regarding the restricted holidays he wishes to avail. Now we come to earned leaves or privilege leaves, both are same. Minimum 6 days in a occasion earned leave can be taken. Short term privilege leave can also be granted for maximum of 2 occasions in a year. Maximum 120 days of privilege leave can be allowed at a time. The privilege leave can be accumulated up to maximum of 270 days with effect from 13th of September 2017. However, the encashment for privilege leave or earned leave will be restricted up to 240 days only, but accumulation is allowed up to 270 days. 1 day of earned leave is credited on every 11 days of duty. When one person completes 11 days of duty, he gets the credit of 1 day of earned leave. Here the duty excludes leave on LOP, sick leave and maternity leave. Now next is sick leave. It is a half pay leave. It can be accumulated up to maximum of 240 days. Medical certification is required for sanction of sick leave, and 30 days of sick leave are credited at the end of the year. However, the person who is availing sick leave, he is having an option to avail it on half pay basis or full pay basis. What does that mean? If somebody is availing sick leave on half pay basis, then he will receive half pay for that day of availing leave, and one leave per day will be deducted from his leave balance. In case somebody is interested in availing the sick leave in full pay basis, then he will receive full pay on the date of availing the sick leave, for the date of availing the sick leave, but 2 leaves per day will be deducted from his leave balance. This is how we have to calculate the sick leaves for those who have joined in middle of a year. So first we have to calculate the days from the date of joining till 31st December of that year. Then we have to divide it by 12, and whatever fraction is there, if it is less than 0.5 then we have to ignore, if it is more than 0.5 then we have to increase 1, and then whatever number we will get, that will be the admissible number of half pay sick leaves available to that employee. For those employees who are going to retire in middle of a year, we have to take days from 1st of January of that year to the date of retirement. The available number of sick leaves will be A, means these days, divided by 12. Again we have to ignore the fraction which is less than 0.5, and any leave excluding the leaves availed on LOP will not affect the calculation of sick leaves. Now we have come to special sick leave. Special sick leave can be granted only in case of 13 major diseases. That too can be granted on half pay basis for maximum up to 6 months, and only if all sick leaves, that regular sick leaves, have been exhausted by the employee, then only special sick leave can be granted. So what are these 13 major diseases? I will just read out. First is malignant cancer, then leprosy, third TB or tuberculosis, fourth paralysis, fifth brain tumor, sixth CABG or heart valve replacement or angioplasty, next chronic kidney disease or AIDS or some mental disease or total replacement of joints or spinal surgery or disease of liver leading to hepatic failure or transplantation, and the thalassemia major. In case of all these 13, special sick leave can be availed after exhausting the regular sick leaves, and this will be available on half pay basis, maximum up to 6 months. We have come to maternity leave. Maternity leave can be granted on production of medical certificate. This is available to only those female employees who have less than 3 living children, means up to 2 living children it will be allowed. Maximum 180 days for each confinement can be allowed as maternity leave, and maximum 12 months of maternity leave can be allowed during the entire service, and it will include the miscarriage leave also. So what is miscarriage leave? Again, miscarriage leave also be granted only if employee is entitled for maternity leave. For miscarriage or abortion from 12 to 6 weeks of pregnancy, miscarriage leave may be available. Miscarriage leave maximum up to 6 weeks will be allowed immediately after the day of miscarriage. Maximum 12 months in entire service, including maternity leave, can be taken as miscarriage leave. If miscarriage leave is granted to probationers, the probation period will be extended for the duration of that miscarriage leave. Now, adoption leave. Adoption leave is available only to childless female employees for legally adopted child of less than 1 year of age. Adoption leave on submission of a certified true copy of adoption deed can be availed. Adoption leave maximum for 2 months can be allowed, or till the child that has been adopted, till the child reaches the age of 1 year, whichever is earlier. And adoption leave is available only once in the entire service period. Examination leave is available for appearing in the insurance or MBA exams or the exams conducted by ICAI, ICWA, CIIA London. Only for the date of exams and minimum journey time to the nearest center and returning, the examination leave will be available, and it can be availed for maximum 2 attempts per subject. Quarantine leave is available only if one or more family members of employee suffer from infectious disease, but the employee is not suffering from that disease. Suppose in case the employee himself is also suffering from the disease, then he will have to take sick leave. But if he is not suffering, but one of his family member is suffering from some infectious disease, then quarantine leave can be allowed to him. Quarantine leave can be granted only if the medical officer certifies that it is necessary to quarantine the employee in view of the infectious disease in his family. Only for the period which has been recommended by the medical officers, the quarantine leave can be made available. In such certificate, he has to say that for so and so period, employee will have to be quarantined, then for that period quarantine leave can be granted. Quarantine leave is available for cholera, smallpox, plague, diphtheria, typhus fever and cerebrospinal meningitis. But for chickenpox, quarantine leave is not available because there are no studies showing chickenpox as a infectious disease. Though many people may believe that it is an infectious disease, but there are no studies to show that chickenpox is a kind of infectious disease. Now, leave on loss of pay. Leave on loss of pay can be granted when no other leave is due or available to the credit of the employee. Leave on loss of pay will postpone the increment by 1 month if in a year leave on loss of pay has been availed for more than 30 days, or you can say for more than the days of month of the annual grade increment. For all cadres under RO, if the duration of leave on loss of pay is up to 90 days, then it can be sanctioned by the regional chief. For all cadres in HO, If the duration of leave on LOP is 90 days, then sanctioning authority will be the chief manager. For scale 4 and below, at HO or RO or any other place, if the duration of leave on loss of pay is between 90 to 180 days, then general manager will be the sanctioning authority. For scale 5 and above, where the duration of leave on LOP is above 90 days, then CMD will be the sanctioning authority. And in all cadres above 180 days, in case of medical exigencies, the leave can be sanctioned by CMD. Study leave can be sanctioned only by the CMD for pursuing a course in any specialized field like management and allied discipline. Maximum for 1 year study leave may be granted. However, it can be extended for 1 more year under exceptional circumstances. Study leave can be granted only after completing 5 years of service. Study leave is always treated without pay, means a leave on loss of pay, and benefits like provident fund, gratuity, notional annual grade increments, seniority, etc. will not accrue during the period of study leave. Even no seniority will be given for extra qualification also. Now we have come to authorized absence. Maximum 6 days of authorized absence can be granted for undergoing vasectomy or salpingectomy. These two surgeries are for family planning. Maximum 14 days of authorized absence can be given to a female employee for puerperal and non-puerperal sterilization, that is also for family planning. And 1 day of authorized absence can be granted to female employees for IUCD insertion, that is also for family planning. Maximum 15 days of authorized absence can be allowed in a year for camp duties by employees who have been permitted to join Home Guards organization. Maximum 30 days of authorized absence can be granted in a year for participation in a national or an international sports event, including mountaineering expeditions approved by Indian Mountaineering Federation. Maximum 10 days of authorized absence can be allowed in a year if the employee participates as sponsored candidate of the company in any important local sports event. Total limit of above 2 means for mountaineering expeditions or national or international sports and the local sports event. So total limit for these two events will be maximum 30 days in a year. And participation will include participation as a referee, as umpire, as timekeepers, but participation as managers or participation as office bearers of the committee or participation as office bearers of the club arranging that tournament will not be allowed for authorized absence. Maximum 3 days of authorized absence can be granted at a time, and maximum 7 days of authorized absence in a year can be granted for invigilation work at an insurance examination. Maximum 25 days of authorized absence can be granted in a year for participation in the Republic Day Parade, including the time of rehearsal or training. For the days on which the employees attends the conference of the Insurance Institute of India, and for the period of journey to and fro place of posting and place of conference, the authorized absence can be granted. For the days of hearing and for the days of journeys connected thereto can be allowed as authorized absence to those employees who have been summoned by court of law on behalf of government as state witness in a criminal case. And for the days when employee is prevented from attending the office by operation of law, authorized absence can be granted. For example, in case of the imposition of curfew either in the area of the residence or in the area of the office, authorized absence can be allowed. For 1 day of blood donation, authorized absence can be allowed, and maximum 10 such occasions can be allowed in a year. Maximum 14 days of authorized absence can be allowed in a year for attending the camp training to an employee who has been permitted to join territorial army. 1 day's special casual leave can be allowed as authorized absence to a confirmed employee who resides at a place where the date of polling is different from that at the place where their office is situated on the date of polling at the place of residence where they have to exercise their franchise. I'll explain. One confirmed employee who is residing in, suppose, Delhi, and he has to exercise his franchise during the polling at his place of residence, which may be at Mathura. Okay, then he can be given 1 day's special casual leave for exercising his franchise in the polling at Mathura, and this 1 day will be the date of polling at Mathura only. Now paternity leaves. Paternity leaves can be granted maximum 15 days to male employees having less than 2 living children. Though the language of official circulars says it is less than 2 living children, still we take an inference that it is available to male employees having 2 living children or for 2 living children, you can say. Granted means paternity leave can be granted during confinement of his wife within a period commencing 15 days before the delivery and ending 6 months after the date of delivery, which means from 15 days before the delivery till 6 months after the date of delivery, any 15 days can be taken as paternity leave. There is no clear-cut written clause whether these 15 days can be splitted or not. So we will take it as these 15 days cannot be splitted. Paternity leave can be availed for adoption of a child of less than 1 year also. Paternity leave can be combined with any other kind of leave except the casual leaves. Now we have come to CDA Rules 2014. First we will see the important aspects of CDA Rules. The word CDA means Conduct, Discipline and Appeal. So the complete name will be Conduct, Discipline and Appeal Rules 2014. Earlier, CDA Rules 1975 were in force, and on introduction of CDA Rules 2014, many new provisions have been introduced, which we will see through these initial slides of CDA rules. First of such change is introduction of board subcommittees HR as appellate and memorial authorities. Sharing of computer password, e-crime, sexual harassment at workplace, and influence of narcotics or drugs has been included as misconduct under the new CDA rules. The limit of acceptance of gift from relatives has been kept at 10,000. Gifts from personal friends can be accepted up to rupees 7,000, and from any other person up to maximum rupees 5,000. New provision under CDA Rules 2014 is regarding suspension review also. So review of suspension order can be done in 3 months according to new CDA rules. According to new CDA rules, suspended employee shall not have right for increase in subsistence allowance immediately after 6 months. And it says reduction to a lower scale in time scale for a period of not exceeding 3 years. This penalty has also been included as minor penalty in the new CDA rules. The wording of penalty dismissal, as it was in CDA Rules 1975, has been changed to dismissal which shall ordinarily be a disqualification for future employment, and it is under major penalties. CDA Rules 2014 have also revised the schedule of authorities under Schedule A. Now Rule 1, that is related to applicability of CDA rules. These rules will be applicable to all employees appointed in United India Insurance Company or New India Assurance Company, National Insurance Company, Oriental Insurance Company, GIC and AICIL. These rules are also applicable to persons governed by General Insurance Employees Pension Scheme 1995 and its amendments to the extent provided under the said scheme. Rule 2 defines some important words. Out of those words, we will take only those words which can be asked in the exam. First is Act. The Act means General Insurance Business Nationalization Act 1972, that is JIBNA Act and its amendments also. Next is Competent Authority. Competent authority will ordinarily mean a superior authority to whom the employee reports. Means it is at least one step higher from the reporting authority. Next is Employee. Employee means any employee of the company other than casual employee, work charge employee or contingent staff. Next definition is of family. Family means wife or husband, means spouse, dependent children or any other person who is wholly dependent upon the employee will be considered under the definition of family. Next is Board Subcommittee. Board Subcommittee means a subcommittee of directors of the board as nominated by the board. Next definition is of public servant. But it says public servant shall mean and include a person as mentioned in section 21 of Indian Penal Code as amended from time to time. So our CDA rules do not provide clear definition of public servant, but it relies upon section 21 of Indian Penal Code. Next important definition is of sexual harassment. Sexual harassment will mean sexual harassment as defined under Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act 2013. Now we have come to Rule 3. Rule 3 says every employee shall at all times maintain absolute integrity, maintain devotion to duty, will do nothing which is unbecoming of a public servant, will conform to and abide by these rules given to him, will take proper steps to ensure the integrity and devotions of all employees also. Next, Rule 4 is misconducts. It defines total misconducts. I'll just read it out. Theft, fraud or dishonesty. This is the list of misconducts, though it is not exhaustive, but it is having total 24 number of misconducts, but these misconducts are indicative in nature and not exhaustive. So I'll just read it out one by one. Theft, fraud or dishonesty, taking bribes or illegal gratification, possession of pecuniary resources or property disproportionate to the known source of income, furnishing false information, acting in a manner prejudicial to the interests of the company, willful insubordination or disobedience, absence without leave or overstaying sanctioned leave for more than 4 consecutive days without sufficient grounds or proper or satisfactory explanation, habitual late or irregular attendance, neglect of work or negligence in the performance of duty, including malingering or slowing down of work. Misconducts include damage to any property of the company, interference or tampering with any safety devices, drunkenness or riotous or disorderly or indecent behavior in the premises, gambling is also a misconduct, collection of some amount without the permission of the competent authority is also a misconduct, sleeping while on duty is a misconduct, and commission of any act which amounts to criminal offence involving moral turpitude, that is also a misconduct. So we can say that conduct which is considered contrary to community standards of justice, community standards of honesty or good morals are misconducts or moral turpitudes. For example, forgery, robbery, etc. Now, absence from the employee's appointed place of work without permission or sufficient cause will also be a misconduct. Smoking in the premises of the establishment where it is prohibited, it will be a misconduct. Purchasing properties, machineries, stores, etc. from the company, or selling properties, machineries, stores, etc. to the company without express permission in writing from the competent authority will also be a misconduct. Commission of any act subversive of discipline or of good behavior will be misconduct. Abatement of some misconduct or attempt of abatement of any act which amounts to misconduct will also be a misconduct. The word abetment means to encourage or to approve or to support. So encouraging, approving or supporting any act which amounts to misconduct will also be a misconduct. Sharing of computer password is a misconduct. Any wrongful or illegal activity committed through the use of computer, internet or violation of the provisions of the Information Technology Act 2000 or the IT policy of the company as amended time to time will also be a misconduct. Indulging in any act of sexual harassment of any woman at workplace will also be a misconduct. Possession of or consuming of or being under the influence of narcotics or drugs of similar nature in the premises of the company or outside such premises also, it will be a misconduct. Now we have come to rule 5 to rule 9. Rule 5 says scope of an employee's service, that will be 24/7, means at all the time he will be the employee of the company. Rule 6 says employees not to seek outside employment, including honorary employment also. So no employee shall accept, solicit or seek any outside employment or office, whether stipendiary or honorary, without the previous sanction of the competent authority. Rule 7 says about part-time work after office hours. So no employee shall undertake part-time work for a private or public body or a private person or accept fees therefore without the sanction of the competent authority, which shall grant sanction only in exceptional cases when it is satisfied that the work can be undertaken without detriment to his official duties and responsibilities. Then the competent authority may, in cases which it thinks fit to grant such sanction, can stipulate any fee also received by the employee for undertaking the work shall be paid in whole or part to the company. Rule number 8 says obligation to maintain secrecy, means no employee shall while in service or after his retirement, resignation or discharge, except in accordance with any general or special order of a superior officer or company, or in performance in good faith of the duties assigned to him, communicate directly or indirectly any official document or information to any employee or any other person to whom he is not authorized to communicate such document or information. Rule number 9 says evidence before committee or any other authority, means no employee except with the previous sanction. So no employee shall give evidence in connection with any inquiry conducted by any person, committee or authority, and where any such sanction has been accorded, then no employee giving such evidence shall criticize the policy or the action of the company or of government. However, this rule may not be applicable to evidence given to an inquiry before the authority appointed by the government or by the parliament or by a state legislature or by the company. This rule will also not be applicable to evidence given in any judicial inquiry. And the third clause, that this rule will not be applicable to the evidence given in any departmental inquiry ordered by the company or by any authority subordinate to it or by the government. Let us move to rule number 10, that says prohibition against participation in politics and contesting for election by filing for nomination. There are some sub rules to this rule. I will read one by one. It says that it shall be a duty of every employee to endeavor to prevent any member of his family from taking part in or assisting in any other manner any movement which is or which tends to directly or indirectly to be subversive of the company or of the government. And where an employee is unable to prevent a member of his family from taking part in such a movement or activity, he shall make a report to the company for such an situation. If any question arises whether any movement or activity falls within the scope of this rule, the decision of the company thereon shall be final. It also says no employee shall take part in any election to any legislature or local authority provided an employee is qualified to vote, may exercise his right to vote, but he shall give no indication of the manner in which he proposes to vote or has voted. Further provided that an employee shall not be deemed to have contravened the provisions of this rule if he assists in conduct of an election in the due performance of a duty imposed on him. There is one explanation also, that the display by an employee on his personal vehicle or residence or any other place under his control, if he is displaying any electoral symbol that shall amount to using his influence in connection with an election within the meaning of any sub rule that I have explained. Rule 11 says participation in demonstration is prohibited which involves incitement to an offense or resort to or abet any form of strike. We are moving towards rule number 12, which is in connection with press and radio. There are two sub rules. First sub rule says, it says no employee shall, except with the previous sanction of the company, no employee shall own or conduct or participate in the editing or managing of any newspaper or other periodical publication. Second sub rule says, except with the previous sanction of the company, no employee shall participate in a radio broadcast or contribute any article or write any letter anonymously, pseudonymously to any newspaper or periodical, provided that no such sanction shall be required if such broadcast or such contribution is occasional or is of a purely literary, artistic or scientific character. Further provided that this rule will not apply to any statement to press made by office bearers of a registered trade union in any matter which is of the nature of a trade dispute. Now we are going to rule number 13. It is important, that is acceptance of gift. An employee of the company shall avoid acceptance of lavish gifts or frequent hospitality from any individual or from having official dealings with him. Further, no employee of the company shall accept or permit any member of his family or any person acting on his behalf to accept any gift. There is one explanation provided in this rule that the expression gift means the meaning of that gift will include free transport, boarding, lodging or other services or any other pecuniary advantage when provided by any person other than a near relative or a personal friend having no official dealing with the employee. Another subrule to this rule says, on occasions such as wedding, anniversaries, an employee of the company may accept gifts from his near relatives, but he shall make a report to the competent authority if the value of the gift exceeds rupees 10,000. On such occasions, an employee of the company may accept gift from his personal friends also who are not having any official dealing with him, but he shall make report to the competent authority if the value of any such gift exceeds rupees 7,000. In any other case, an employee of the company shall not accept any gifts without the sanction of the competent authority if the value of that gift exceeds rupees 5,000, provided that when more than one gift has been received from the same person within a period of 12 months, the matter shall be reported to the competent authority if the aggregate value of the gifts exceeds rupees 5,000. We are moving to rule 14, that is private trading. So rule 14 is also having some sub rules. I'll read it one by one. First sub rule says, no employee shall act as an insurance agent, nor shall he allow any member of his family to act as an insurance agent. Second sub rule says, no employee shall, except with the previous sanction of the company, engage directly or indirectly in any trade, business or profession. Third sub rule says, no employee shall canvass in support of any business, trade, commission, agency owned or managed by his or her spouse or any other member of his or her family. Fourth sub rule says, no employee shall, without the previous sanction of the company, except in the discharge of his official duties, shall take part in the registration, promotion or management of any bank or any other company which is required to be registered under Companies Act or any other law for the time being in force, or any cooperative society for commercial purposes, provided that an employee may take part in a registration, promotion or management of a cooperative society substantially for the benefit of employees registered under Cooperative Societies Act 1912 or any other law for the time being in force, or any non-commercial, non-profit making institution, organization or body of cultural, social, educational or philanthropic nature. Rule 15 is regarding speculation in stock shares. It says, no employee shall speculate in any stock, share or other investment. There is one explanation which says, frequent purchase and sale of stock, shares, securities or other investment shall be deemed to be speculation within the meaning of this rule. Still, there is some ambiguity regarding frequent purchase and sale. Means, what is the definition of word frequent here? Though it is not specified in the rule, still generally we take meaning that intraday transactions are frequent purchase and sale of stock. We will move to rule 16. It says restriction on borrowing and investments. So no employee shall either himself or through any member of his family or any other person acting on his behalf lend or borrow or deposit money as a principal or an agent to or from any person or firm of private limited company with whom he is likely to have official dealings or otherwise place himself under any pecuniary obligation to such person or firm or private limited company. It further says, no employee shall lend money to any person at interest or in any manner whereby return in money or in kind is charged or paid. There is one proviso that an employee may give to or accept from a relative or a personal friend or a purely temporary loan of a small amount free of interest. Another proviso is that nothing in this rule shall apply in respect of any transaction entered into by an employee with the previous sanction of the company. There is one rule 16A which says every employee shall submit a return of his or her assets and liabilities giving full particulars regarding the immovable property inherited, owned or acquired by him or held by him either in his own name or in the name of any person solely or jointly. Second sub-rule says every employee shall submit a return of his her assets and liabilities giving full particulars regarding shares, debentures and cash including bank deposits inherited by him or owned by him, acquired by him or held by him. Giving full particulars regarding other movable properties inherited, owned, acquired or held by him if the value of such property exceeds 2 months basic salary. Every employee shall submit a return giving full particulars regarding debts and other liabilities incurred by him directly or indirectly. Every employee shall submit such returns before a date as may be prescribed by the competent authority. Every employee shall thereafter submit an annual return of immovable property acquired by him during the year. The annual returns shall be submitted by 30th April each year for the period ending 31st March immediately preceding. It further says that no employee shall enter into any transaction concerning any immovable or movable property with a person or firm having official dealings with the employee concerned or his subordinates, and no employee shall acquire or dispose of any immovable property without previous knowledge of competent authority. And every employee shall report to the competent authority all transactions concerning movable properties if the value of such movable property exceeds 2 months basic salary. Such returns shall be furnished within 30 days of the transaction. The rule further says the competent authority may at any time require an employee to submit within a period to be specified a full and complete statement of immovable or movable properties held or acquired by the employee, including the details of the means by which or the sources from which such property was acquired. We are moving to rule number 17. It is related to employees in debt. So it says an employee shall so manage his private affairs as to avoid habitual indebtedness or insolvency. An employee who is in debt shall furnish to the competent authority a signed statement of his position half yearly, means twice in a year, on 31st March and 30th September, and shall indicate in that statement the steps he is taking to rectify his position. An employee who makes false statement under this rule or who fails to submit the prescribed statement or appears unable to liquidate his debts within a reasonable time or applies for the protection of an insolvency court shall be liable to disciplinary action. Here, an employee shall be deemed to be in debt if his total liabilities exceeds his salary for 6 months. Further, an employee shall be deemed to be unable to liquidate his debts within a reasonable time if it appears that he will not cease to be in debt within a period of 3 years. Now rule 18, that is related to absence from duty. It says an employee shall not absent himself from his duties without having obtained the permission of competent authority, nor shall he absent himself in case of sickness or accident without submitting a medical certificate satisfactory to the competent authority. It is provided that in case of an emergency, an employee may be allowed to avail 1 day casual leave without prior sanction, subject to the condition that the competent authority is promptly advised of the circumstances in which prior sanction could not be obtained. The rule further says an employee who absents himself from duty without leave or overstays his leave shall not be entitled to draw any pay or allowance during such absence or overstay, and shall further be liable to such disciplinary measures as the competent authority may deem necessary. However, the competent authority may treat such period of absence or overstay as period spent on casual leave, earned leave, sick leave or leave on loss of pay, but the employee shall not be entitled for such a treatment as a right. It is also provided that the competent authority may treat such absence or overstay as period spent on leave on loss of pay, irrespective of whether employee has any other leave to his credit or not. Rule number 19 is related to absence from station. It clearly says no employee shall absent himself from the station overnight without the prior sanction of the competent authority. Rule number 20 is very important. It talks about suspension. There are some sub rules also. I will read one by one. It says the appropriate authority may place an employee under suspension where a disciplinary proceedings against him is contemplated or is pending, or where a case against him in respect of any criminal offence is under investigation or trial. An employee who is detained in custody for a period exceeding 48 hours shall be deemed to have been suspended with effect from the date of detention by an order of the appropriate authority and shall remain under suspension until further orders. The rule also says where a penalty of dismissal, removal or compulsory retirement from service was imposed upon an employee who was under suspension, if that penalty is set aside on appeal or on review and the case is remitted for further inquiry or action, the order of his suspension shall be deemed to have continued to be in force on and from the date of the original order of penalty and shall remain in force until further orders. This sub rule will also be applicable where the penalty has been rendered void in consequence of or by a decision of a court of law. An order of suspension made under this rule may at any time be revoked by the authority who passed such order or by any authority which is superior to the authority of passing suspension order. It also explains that review of suspension order may be made by the appropriate authority at least once in 3 months, and that authority may take appropriate decision for consideration of revocation of suspension or payment of appropriate subsistence allowance on merits. Rule 21, it also this also talks about subsistence allowance. So an employee under suspension shall be entitled to draw subsistence allowance equal to 50% of the monthly gross emoluments drawn on the date immediately prior to the date on which the employee is suspended. Here the word drawn on the date immediately prior to the date on which the employee is suspended is very important. Where the period of suspension exceeds 6 months, the authority shall be competent to vary the amount of subsistence allowance for any period subsequent to the period of first 6 months, and there can be two possibilities. First possibility is subsistence allowance may be increased to 75% of the monthly gross emoluments if, in the opinion of the said authority, the period of suspension has been prolonged due to the reasons which are required to be recorded in the writing. So, due to the reasons which are not directly attributable to the employee under suspension. However, suspended employee shall not have a right to claim for increase in subsistence allowance immediately after completion of 6 months. Another possibility can be that subsistence allowance may be reduced to 25% of the monthly gross emoluments if, in the opinion of the said authority, the period of suspension has been prolonged due to the reasons directly attributable to the employee under suspension, and such reasons are required to be recorded in writing. Rule further says, if an employee is arrested and detained under custody, no subsistence allowance is payable. However, on grant of bail, if the appropriate authority decides to continue the suspension, the employee shall be entitled to subsistence allowance from the date he is granted bail. For Rule 20 and 21, one specific note is there. It says, the appropriate authority shall be the authority competent to impose a major penalty on the concerned employee as specified in Schedule A, provided that the appropriate authority in case of assistant, record clerk, substaff and equivalent cadres shall be the head of the concerned office or department. Now we are moving to Rule before moving to the Rule 22, we have to see this. It is regarding salary deductions during suspension. It says that there are three kinds of deductions. There can be three cases of deductions or no deductions during the suspension. First is compulsory deductions. Under compulsory deductions, we can include income tax, compensation for the use of accommodation allotted, repayment of loans and advances taken from the company, medical benefit insurance scheme premium. These are the deductions which are compulsory to be made from the subsistence allowance payable to that employee. Next category is voluntary deductions, means the employee under suspension may express his volition regarding deduction towards LIC premium, cooperative society, refund of loan taken from PF. Further, there is one more category for which no deductions shall be made from the salary during suspension or from the subsistence allowance during suspension towards PF, towards amount due under court attachment, towards recovery of any loss which employee may have caused to the company. Okay. Now Rule 22. This is regarding treatment of the period of suspension. This rule says when the suspension of an employee is held to be unjustified or not wholly justified, or when an employee who has been dismissed, removed or suspended is reinstated, then the competent authority may grant either of these two. First, the competent authority may grant the full pay and allowances which he would have been entitled to if he had not been dismissed, removed or suspended, less the subsistence allowance, only in case if such an employee has been honorably acquitted. Second condition, the competent authority, in case the employee has not been honorably acquitted, may grant such proportion of pay and allowances as competent authority may prescribe. A case falling under the first condition, where the employee was honorably acquitted, then the period of absence from duty will be treated as period spent on duty. Though he was absent, still it will be treated as period spent on duty. But a case which is falling under the next or subsequent condition, where the employee was not acquitted honorably, the period of absence shall not be treated as period spent on duty. However, the competent authority may at its discretion grant leave for the period to the extent admissible, but this may not be a right of any employee. Further, once subsistence allowance has been paid, it cannot be refunded. Company cannot ask for any refund of the subsistence allowance paid to the employee. We are moving to rule number 23, that is regarding penalties. There are two kinds of penalties. First is minor penalties, second is major penalties. There are only four kinds of minor penalties. First is censure, second is withholding of one or more increments, third is recovery of some pecuniary losses caused to the company, fourth is reduction to a lower stage in the time scale for a period not exceeding 3 years without cumulative effect. So penalty B and penalty D both are in nature of a temporary penalty. Next is major penalties. There are 5 major penalties. First is withholding of one or more increments permanently. Second, reduction to a lower service or post or to a lower time scale or to a lower stage in time scale, that will be a major penalty. Third will be compulsory retirement. Fourth major penalty is removal from service, which shall not be a disqualification for future employment. And the fifth major penalty is dismissal, which shall ordinarily be a disqualification for future employment. All major penalties are permanent in nature. No temporariness will be there in the major penalties. Some explanations are also there, that withholding of increment on account of work being found unsatisfactory or for failure to pass a prescribed test or examination shall not amount to a penalty. Stoppage of an employee at the efficiency bar in a time scale on the grounds of his unfitness to cross the bar shall not amount to a penalty. Non-promotion to a higher post for which he is found unsuitable after consideration of his or her case will not amount to a penalty. Reversion to a lower grade or post of an employee officiating in a higher grade or post on the ground that he or she is considered to be unsuitable, that consideration should be after trial, or on administrative grounds unconnected with his or her conduct, then such reversion shall not amount to a penalty. Reversion to his or her previous grade or post of an employee appointed on probation to another grade or post during or at the end of the period of probation shall not amount to a penalty. Further, termination of service of an employee appointed on probation, termination of service of an employee appointed in a temporary capacity, termination of service of an employee appointed under a contract or agreement, termination of service of any employee on reduction of establishment. All these four kind of termination of service shall not amount to a penalty. There is some rigor effect also regarding these penalties. So, regarding the minor penalties, especially first penalty, that is censure, there will be no rigor effect. For other minor penalties except censure, other three minor penalties, there will be a rigor effect of 1 year, and for major penalties except this removal, dismissal and compulsory retirement, because this is end of the service, means for first two major penalties there will be a rigor effect of 2 years, and this rigor effect shall be counted from the date of the order of the authority from the date of the order of disciplinary authority who first imposed the penalty. Further, means it is important to explain what are the words rigor effect. The word rigor effect refers to the period up to which the severity or the effect of the penalty imposed upon an employee would last for consideration of various matters such as promotion or any other matter or act as deemed necessary by the company. Now we will move to Rule 24. The Rule 24 is related to disciplinary authority. So disciplinary authority will be authority as specified in Schedule A. Rule 25, that is procedure for imposing major penalties. So in simple words, only after inquiry a major penalty can be imposed. Inquiring authority can be a retired officer or any public servant, but it must be at least one step higher than the presenting officer. Now I will read the procedure, the complete procedure, because I feel it is very important. It says, no order imposing any of the major penalties shall be made except after any inquiry. Okay. It also says that the disciplinary authority may itself inquire into or appoint the inquiring authority to inquire into the charges leveled against the employee. The rule also says where it is proposed to hold an inquiry, the disciplinary authority shall frame definite charges together with a statement of the allegations and a list of documents by which and a list of witnesses by whom the article of charges are proposed to be substantiated, and such documents shall be communicated in writing to the employee, and the employee shall be required to submit a written statement whether he admits or denies any of the charges or all of the articles of charges within 15 days from receiving the article of charges. In case employee is not able to provide his reply within 15 days, the disciplinary authority can extend such period, but maximum this can be 45 days, not more than that. No extension will be provided after 45 days. 15, 15, 15. Total 45 days, not more than that. The rule also says where departmental action has been initiated by and the same is pending and continuing on the date of retirement or superannuation of the employee, the departmental inquiry shall not be deemed to be concluded on exit from the company due to retirement or superannuation. However, this rule shall not give per se right for extension of services beyond the retirement age, provided where departmental inquiry is continuing or pending after retirement, the same shall be concluded within 3 months of retirement. However, any departmental inquiry shall not ipso facto deemed to be concluded on expiry of 3 months of time from retirement or the superannuation. On receipt of the written statement of the employee, an inquiry may be held by the disciplinary authority itself or by an inquiry authority. It may not be necessary to hold an inquiry in respect of the charges admitted by the employee in his written statement. The disciplinary authority shall, however, record its findings on each of such charge where the employee has admitted the charges. Where the disciplinary authority may itself inquire or appoint an inquiring authority, it may also appoint a presenting officer to present the case in support of the article of charges. However, officers are not to be appointed as inquiring authority and presenting officer against whom disciplinary proceedings are pending. The inquiring authority should always be one step higher than the presenting officers. Further, the employee may also take the assistance of any other employee of the company but may not engage a legal practitioner. However, in case the presenting officer is a legal practitioner, the employee may also be allowed to engage a legal practitioner as his defense assistant. However, employees from other organizations, including the PSGICs, cannot act as defense assistant in any disciplinary proceeding initiated against any employee. means the defense assistant should also belong to the same company to which the charge sheeted employee belongs to. Further, no employee shall act as defense assistant in any disciplinary proceeding conducted outside the regional office where he is posted, nor he shall act as a defense assistant in more than 2 cases where more than 2 cases at a time. However, this rule does not apply in the cases where more than one regional office is situated in the same city. An employee acting as defense assistant in breach of this rule shall not be entitled to any TADA in connection with the disciplinary proceedings. Further, on the date that is fixed by inquiring authority, the employee shall appear before the inquiring authority. The inquiring authority shall ask the employee whether he pleads guilty or he has any defense to make, and in case the employee feels guilty, the inquiring authority shall record the plea, sign the record, and obtain the signature of the employee, and then the inquiring authority shall return a finding of guilty in respect of such article of charge or charges to which the employee concerned has pleaded guilty. If the employee does not plead guilty, then the inquiring authority shall adjourn the case to the next date, which may not be exceeding 30 days, after recording an order that the employee may, for the purpose of preparing his defense, the employee may inspect the documents listed with the charge sheet. The employee may submit a list of additional documents and witnesses that he wants to examine. The employee may be supplied with the copies of statement of witness, if any, listed in the charge sheet. The inquiring authority shall ask the authority in whose custody or possession the documents are kept for the production of the documents on such date as may be specified. The authority in whose custody or possession the requisite documents are available shall arrange to produce the same before the inquiring authority, provided that such an authority who is having the custody or the possession of the requisitioned documents may claim privilege if the production of such documents will be against the public interest or the interest of the company. In that event, it shall inform the inquiring authority accordingly. Some more sub rules are there which are not at all related to exam point of view, so I am leaving those points for the time being. Next sub rule to rule 25 is, after completion of production of the evidence, the employee and the presenting officer may file their written briefs of their respective case within 15 days of the date of completion of the production of evidence. Next, if the employee does not submit the written statement of defense or does not appear in person or through any assisting officer or otherwise fails or refuses to comply with any of the provision of these rules, the inquiring authority may hold the inquiry ex parte. Another sub rule is there that after the conclusion of the inquiry, report shall be prepared and that report shall contain a gist of the article of charges, a gist of the defense of the employee in respect of each article of charge, an assessment of the evidence in respect of each article of charge, the findings on each article of charge and reasons therefore. One explanation is also given. If in the opinion of inquiring authority, the proceedings of the inquiry establish any article of charge different from the original article of charge, then the inquiring authority may record its finding on such article of charge, provided that the findings on such article of charge shall not be recorded unless the employee has either admitted the facts or has had a reasonable opportunity of defending himself against such article of charge. So, any additional article of charge which was not contained in the charge sheet can also be included if the employee has admitted that one or any opportunity of defending himself had been provided. Further, the inquiring authority, where it is not itself the disciplinary authority, shall forward its report and records of inquiry to the disciplinary authority, and such record shall include the report of inquiry, the written statement of defense submitted by the employee, the oral and documentary evidence produced in the course of inquiry, written briefs submitted by employee and the presenting officer if any, the orders if any made by the disciplinary authority and the inquiring authority in regard to the inquiry. So this is the complete procedure of Rule 25, how to impose major penalties. Rule 26 is an extension to this rule, means it says how an action to be taken on the inquiry report. It says the disciplinary authority may remit the case to the inquiring authority for fresh or further inquiry and providing a record for the reasons which must be recorded by the disciplinary authority in writing. It is obligatory on the part of disciplinary authority to furnish a copy of the inquiry report to the delinquent employee, inviting his representation on the findings of the inquiry officer where the charges against the employees have been proved. The time period for forwarding observation by the charged employee should normally be limited to 15 days of the receipt of the inquiry report. It further says the disciplinary authority, if disagree with the finding of the inquiring authority, then the disciplinary authority may record the reasons for such disagreement and also record its own findings on such charges if the evidence on record are sufficient for that purpose. The disciplinary authority in case is of the opinion that any of the penalties specified in Rule 23 should be imposed on the employee, then the disciplinary authority shall make such order imposing such penalty. If the disciplinary authority is of opinion that no penalty is called for, it may pass an order exonerating the employee concerned. Now Rule 27. Rule 27 provides for the procedure for imposing minor penalties. It says, where it is proposed to impose any of the minor penalties, the employee concerned shall be informed in writing of the imputation of misconduct or misbehavior against him, and he may be given an opportunity to submit his written statement of defense within a specified period not exceeding 15 days. That can be extended up to 45 days also. The defense assistant, if any submitted by the employee, shall be taken into consideration by the disciplinary authority before passing any order. Next sub-rule to Rule 27 says, the record of proceeding shall include a copy of the statement of imputation of misconduct or misbehavior delivered to the employee. It may also contain his or her, means the employee's defense statement, if any. The record of proceeding shall also include the orders of disciplinary authority together with the reasons thereof. We will come to the Rule 28, that is related to communication of the order. Simply, the communication of order may be supplied to the employee by hand or may be delivered personally. Otherwise, it can be sent by registered post also, or in case the communication or copies of the orders cannot be served upon the employee personally or by registered post, then the copies thereof shall be affixed on the notice board of the office in which the employee is posted, and on such affixing, such communication and orders shall be deemed to have been properly served upon the employee. Rule number 29, it talks about common proceedings. So where two or more employees are concerned in one single case, then the authority who is competent to impose a major penalty on the employee of the highest cadre among such employee, that authority may make an order directing the disciplinary proceedings against all of them may be taken in a common proceedings, and the specified authority may function as the disciplinary authority for the purpose of such common proceedings. Rule number 30, special procedure in certain cases. It says the disciplinary authority may impose any of the penalty specified in Rule 23 in any of the following circumstances. What are the circumstances? First, when the employee has been convicted on a criminal charge, then the disciplinary authority may impose any of the penalty without holding any inquiry in any form. Second condition, where the disciplinary authority is satisfied for the reasons to be recorded by it that it is not reasonably practicable to hold an inquiry in the manner provided in these rules, then the disciplinary authority may impose any of the penalties specified in Rule 23. Third condition, where the disciplinary authority is satisfied that in the interest of the security of the company, it is not expedient to hold any inquiry in the manner provided in these rules, and may impose any of the penalties specified in Rule 23 without holding any inquiry. Fourth condition, where an employee has abandoned his post, the disciplinary authority may consider the circumstances of the case and pass such orders thereon as it may deem fit. There is one explanation has been given that an employee shall be deemed to have abandoned his post if he absents himself from duty without leave, or if he overstays his leave for a continuous period of 90 days without any intimation thereof in writing. Rule 31 is related to right to appeal. It says that every employee shall have a right to appeal to the appellate authority against an order imposing upon him any of the penalties specified under Rule 23. An appeal against an order of suspension passed under Rule 20 shall be on the authority to which the authority which has suspended the employee is immediately subordinate. Means the appeal against a suspension order will be addressed to the authority higher than the authority which has passed suspension order. Rule 32 talks about period of limitation of appeal. It says this appeal should be submitted within a period of 3 months from the date of receipt of the copy of the order. Rule 33 is related to forms and contents of the appeal. It says every person submitting an appeal shall submit the appeal separately and in his own name. The rule further says the appeal shall be addressed to the authority to whom the appeal lies. The appeal shall contain all material statements and arguments on which the appellant relies. The appeal shall not contain any disrespectful or improper language, and the appeal shall be complete in itself. Rule 34 talks about submission of appeal. It says that every appeal shall be submitted through the authority which made the order appealed against. Means every appeal shall be submitted through the authority which has imposed the penalty, provided that a copy of appeal may be submitted direct to the appellate authority, that is a copy of the appeal. Rule 35 talks about withholding of appeals. It says that the authority which made the order appealed against may withhold the appeal if the appeal does not comply with any of the provisions of Rule 33, if the appeal has not been submitted within the period specified under Rule 32 and no cause is shown for the delay, and if it is a repetition of an appeal already decided and no new fact of circumstances has been adduced. In these three circumstances, either of these three circumstances, the penalty imposing authority may withhold the appeal, provided that whenever such appeal is withheld under this sub-rule, then it shall be returned to the appellant, and if it is resubmitted within 1 month after complying with the provisions of Rule 33, then it shall not be withheld. This rule also says where an appeal is withheld, the appellant shall be informed of the facts and reasons therefor. The rule also says at the commencement of each quarter, a list of appeals withheld by any authority during the previous quarter, together with the reasons for withholding those appeals, shall be furnished by that authority to the appellate authority. Rule 36 talks about transmission of appeals. It says the authority which made the order appealed against shall without any avoidable delay transmit that appeal to the appellate authority which is not withheld under Rule 35, together with its comments thereon and the relevant records. The rule further says that the authority to which the appeal lies may direct transmission to it of any appeal withheld under Rule 35, and thereupon such appeal shall be transmitted to the authority together with the comments of the authority which withheld the appeal and other relevant records. Rule 37 is regarding consideration of appeals. It says, in case of an appeal against an order of suspension, the appellate authority shall consider whether the order of suspension is justified or not and confirm the suspension order or revoke the suspension order accordingly. The rule also says in case of an appeal against an order imposing any of the penalties specified in Rule 23, the appellate authority shall consider whether the procedure prescribed in these rules has been complied with or not, whether such non-compliance, in case it is, whether that non-compliance has resulted in failure of justice. That appellate authority shall also consider whether the findings are justified and whether the penalty imposed is excessive, adequate or inadequate, and then the appellate authority shall pass orders either to set aside, reduce or to confirm or even to enhance the penalty, or the appellate authority may remit the case to the authority which imposed the penalty or to any other authority with such directions as appellate authority may deem fit in the case of in the concerned case or in the circumstances of that case, provided the appellate authority shall not impose any enhanced penalty which neither such authority, means which neither the appellate authority nor the authority which made the order appealed against is competent to impose, provided no order imposing an enhanced penalty shall be passed unless the appellant is given an opportunity of making any representation which he may wish to make against such enhanced penalty. And if the enhanced penalty which the appellate authority proposes to impose is one of the penalties in clause B to I of Rule 23, means other than the censure, and an inquiry under the said rule has not already been held, then the appellate authority shall itself hold such inquiry or direct that such inquiry be held, and on consideration of the proceedings of such inquiry and after giving the appellant an opportunity of making any representation which he may wish to make against such penalty, the appellate authority may pass such orders as it may deem fit. All appeals, under this rule only, all appeals should be disposed of as expeditiously as possible and in any event not later than 6 months from the date of receipt of the appeal by the appellate authority. Rule 38 is related to appeal against other orders. It says an employee may appeal against an order which denies or varies to his disadvantage his salary or other conditions of the service. An employee may appeal against an order which interpret to his disadvantage the provisions of such order, regulation, rules or agreements to the company if the order is passed by the authority which made the orders or regulations or rules or agreements, or by any authority to which such authority is subordinate, and to the authority which made such orders or regulations or rules or agreements if the order is passed by any other authority. Rule 38 also says an appeal against an order of stopping an employee in the efficiency bar in the time scale on the ground of his unfitness to cross the bar, or an appeal against an order determining the salary and allowances for the period of suspension to be paid to an employee on his reinstatement, or determining whether or not such period shall be treated as period spent on duty for any purpose, shall lie to the authority to whom an appeal against an order imposing upon him the penalty of dismissal from service would lie. The rule further says, in case of an appeal under this rule, the appellate authority shall consider the circumstances of the case and pass such orders as it deems just and equitable. Now we are going to Rule 39, which is related to review. This rule says the company may on its own motion or otherwise, after calling for the records of the case, may review any order which is made or appealable under these rules, and either confirm, modify or set aside the order, or impose any penalty or set aside or reduce or confirm or enhance the penalty imposed by that order, or remit the case to the authority which made the order or to any other authority directing such further action or inquiry as it considers proper in the circumstances of the case, or pass such other order as it deems fit, provided that an order imposing or enhancing a penalty shall not be passed unless the person concerned has been given an opportunity of making any representation which he may wish to make against such enhanced penalty. This rule further says the authority to which an appeal lies may, of its own motion or otherwise, call for the records of the case in a disciplinary proceeding, review any order passed in such a case and pass such orders as it deems fit, as if the employee had preferred an appeal against such order. Again, provided that, this is repetition, still I am mentioning here also, provided that an order imposing or enhancing a penalty shall not be passed unless the person concerned has been given an opportunity of making any representation which he may wish to make against such enhanced penalty. Provided further that no action under this sub-rule shall be initiated more than 6 months after the date of the order to be reviewed. This rule further says that the CMD may on his own motion or otherwise call for the records of the case of any employee in any proceedings pending before any competent or appellate authority subordinate to him, and remit the case to any authority in any office who, if the employee had been working in that office, would have adequate disciplinary powers to deal with the case with such direction as the CMD may deem fit in the circumstances of the case with regard to further proceedings in the case. Rule 40 talks about memorial. It says an employee whose appeal has been rejected by the appellate authority or in whose case such appellate authority has enhanced the penalty may address a memorial to the appropriate memorial authority as per Schedule A within a period of 6 months from the date the appellant received a copy of the order of such appellate authority. Rule 41 is regarding canvassing non-official or outside influence. It says no employee shall bring or attempt to bring any political or outside influence to bear upon any superior authority to further his interests in respect of matters pertaining to his service in the company. This rule further says no appeal, petition, memorial shall be addressed by any employee to the members of the company by name or to any outside authority or an authority which has not been prescribed in these rules. Rule 42 is related to interpretation. So wherever any question arises relating to the interpretation of these rules, that question shall be referred to the board whose decision shall be final. Regarding the amendments also, the board may be the competent authority to make amendment, modification or additions and such modifications, amendments, additions shall take effect from the date stated therein. Last is authority to issue administrative instructions. This rule says that the CMD of the company may issue instructions or directions to give effect to and carry out the provisions of these rules, and in order to secure effective control over the employees. Now we will quickly go through the timelines. Regarding charge sheet, by disciplinary authority, charge sheet will be issued, and within 15 days employee has to reply to the articles of charges. This period can be extended up to maximum 45 days. The inquiry report, within 6 months from the appointment of the inquiry officer has to provide the inquiry report. Maximum 1 more month can be taken if required, that is as per CVC guidelines. Regarding appeal, within 3 months from the date of the receipt of the order of penalty, the employee has to submit the appeal, which can be withheld, but in case it has been resubmitted within 1 month, then it has to be forwarded to the appellate authority. Appeal should be disposed of within 6 months by the appellate authority. Regarding memorial, memorial has to be submitted within 6 months from the date of the receipt of the appellate authority's order, but there is no maximum time limit for disposal of memorial. This is the schedule of authorities. It says for substaff, driver and equivalent cadres, appointing authority will be officer in scale 4, disciplinary authority will be officer in scale 2, appellate authority will be officer in scale 5, and memorial authority will be CMD. For record clerk, assistant and equivalent cadres, appointing authority will be officer in scale 4, disciplinary authority will be officer in scale 3, appellate authority will be officer in scale 5, and memorial authority will be CMD. For senior assistants and equivalent cadres and development officers, appointing authority will be officer in scale 5, disciplinary authority will be officer in scale 4, appellate authority will be officer in scale 6, memorial authority will be CMD. For officers in scale 1 and scale 2, the appointing authority will be officer in scale 6, disciplinary authority will be officer in scale 5, appellate authority will be officer in scale 7, and memorial authority will be CMD. For officers in scale 3, the appointing authority will be officer in scale 6, the disciplinary authority will also be officer in scale 6, appellate authority will be officer in scale 7, and memorial authority will be CMD. For officers in scale 4 and scale 5, the appointing authority will be officer in scale 7, the disciplinary authority will be officer in scale 7 only, the appellate authority will be CMD, and the memorial authority will be board subcommittee HR. For officers in scale 6 and 7, the appointing authority and disciplinary authority will be the CMD. The appellate authority will be board subcommittee HR, and the memorial authority will be the board of directors. It is a general rule that the penalty of removal from the service and dismissal shall be awarded by an authority not lower than the appointing authority. In such cases, the next higher authority shall be the appellate authority. Now we have come to other rules and policies. First we will take the promotion policy for officers 2006. It is applicable on promotion of officers up to scale 7 cadre. For promotions to scale 6 and scale 7, the promotion exercise and seniority will be common within GIPSA companies and GIC. For promotion up to scale 6, the promotion exercise and seniority will be separate in each company. The promotion to scale 6 and 7 shall be based on merits and zone of consideration will be 3 times the number of vacancies. Officer have to complete minimum 2 full years of service in the relevant cadre to be eligible for promotion to scale 6 and 7, and should have minimum 2 full years of balanced service also remaining before attaining the age of superannuation. Officers have to complete minimum 3 full years of service in the relevant cadre to be eligible for promotion up to scale 5. 60% of the total vacancies available for promotion up to scale 5 shall be filled through normal channel, and 40% of the vacancies shall be filled through fast track channel. Maximum attempts under fast track channel will be 2 attempts per cadre. However, if an officer succeeds to score minimum passing marks in written examination but fails to get promoted in a promotion exercise, it will not be counted an attempt. In case an officer refuses promotion under fast track channel after securing a place in final selection list, this shall be counted as an attempt within the limits of 2 attempts, notwithstanding his having qualified in the written test. Promotion policy for officers 2006 in normal channel, this will be the weightage. For scale 1 to 2, insurance qualification 10 marks, work records 35, seniority 55, total 100 marks. Scale 2 to 3, insurance qualification 10 marks, work record 40 marks, seniority 50 marks, total 100. Scale 3 to 4, there is no marks for insurance qualification, work record 40 marks, seniority 35 marks, and interview 25 marks, total 100 marks. Scale 4 to 5, no marks for insurance qualification, 50 marks for work record, seniority 25 marks, and interview 25 marks, total 100 marks. For scale 1 to 2 and scale 2 to 3, the qualification marks will be 5 for associate, 10 for fellowship, but no marks will be there for licentiateship. In normal channel, this will be the counting of seniority, that no seniority marks will be available for initial 3 years of service. Continuous service means the period of duty excluding period on extraordinary leave on loss of pay. For scale 1 to 2, there will be 7 marks for each completed year of service after initial 3 years, but the maximum marks can be 55 only. For scale 2 to 3, there will be 6 marks for each completed year of service after initial 3 years, but the maximum marks can be 50. For scale 3 to 4, there will be 4 marks for each completed year of service after initial 3 years, but the maximum marks can be 35. In scale 4 to 5, there will be 3 marks for each completed year of service after initial 3 years, and the maximum marks can be 25. inter-se seniority marks will also be there within a batch, and it will be 0.01 marks for each level of seniority. However, inter-se seniority marks cannot be more than the seniority marks. In such cases, where the highest granted inter-se seniority mark can be equivalent to the yearly seniority marks of the relevant cadre, then 0.001 marks will be provided for each level of inter-se seniority. This is weightage under fast track channel. Scale 1 to 2, 50 marks for written test, 10 marks for qualification, 40 marks for work record, no interview, total 100 marks. Scale 2 to 3, 40 marks for written test, 40 marks for work record, 20 marks for interview, total 100 marks. Scale 3 to 4, 40 marks for written test, 40 marks for work record, 20 marks for interview, total 100 marks. It is same. And for scale 4 to 5 also it is same. 40 marks for written test, 40 marks for work record, 20 marks for interview, total 100 marks. And in fast track channel, the insurance qualification marks will be available for fellowship. So no marks for licentiate, no marks for associateship, only for fellowship it will be available. Marks, maximum marks are 10. Now we come to the zone of consideration. In normal channel, for promotion to scale 5, the zone of consideration will be 5 times the number of total vacancies. In normal channel, for promotion to scale 4, the zone of consideration will be 4 times the number of total vacancies. In normal channel, for promotion to scale 3 and scale 2, the zone of consideration will be 3 times the number of total vacancies. But in fast track channel for promotion to any cadre up to scale 5 except for promotion to scale 2, the zone of consideration will be 1.5 times the number of vacancies in fast track channel. This is not for eligibility purpose. Now it says that all eligible officers in normal channel, either belonging to same batch or selected on same date, shall be in zone of consideration even if the total number of candidates exceeds the given limit of zone of consideration. If the total number of eligible officers in normal channel is less than the given limits, all eligible officers shall be in the zone of consideration. And if the count of successful candidates in written test for fast track channel are less than the given limits of zone of consideration, then the vacancies of fast track channel will be reduced suitably and those vacancies shall be included under normal channel. For promotion to scale 6 and scale 7, screening interview will be conducted by screening committee, which may comprise 4 or 5 outside experts. It is given in para 9.1 of the promotion policy for officers 2006. For promotion up to scale 5 under fast track channel, there will be minimum qualifying marks in written test 60 for unreserved candidates, OBC candidates, and 54 marks for SC candidates or ST candidates. It is given under para 9.2 of the promotion policy for officers 2006. Regarding final list, it says ranking list under normal channel for promotions up to scale 5 will be based upon seniority marks, qualification marks, marks for work record, and interview marks wherever it is applicable. And ranking list under fast track channel for promotion up to scale 5 will be based on written test marks, qualification marks, marks for work record, and interview marks wherever interview is applicable. There will be a cadre wise reserve list also, which may have candidates equal to the count of those employees who are retiring till the end of that particular financial year, so that the vacuum created by retirements can be fulfilled in that financial year. There will be a cadre wise contingency list also, which may be having candidates equal to 10% of the vacancies to nullify the effect of promotion refusals. In case of promotion refusal, there will be a waiting period of next one promotion exercise, and the promotion committee will be the competent authority for such cases. There is an option of opting out also. An officer already included in the zone of consideration for promotion up to scale 5 can opt out from the promotion process within 14 days since the declaration of zone of consideration. This option will be available only 2 times in each cadre. After exercising such option, the officer cannot be included again in the zone of consideration for promotion exercise of the same year, and no substitution of officers will be made against any such exclusion of officers in any promotion exercise of that particular year. From promotion exercise 2023-24 onwards, there will be no in situ promotions. Para 22D from exercise 2023-24, only those officers will be eligible for promotion to the cadre of scale 7 who have completed minimum 1.5 year of continuous service as on 1st of April 2023 and have minimum 2 full years of balance service. Out of such eligible candidates, the senior most officers only up to 3 times of vacancies will be in the zone of consideration. For promotion to the cadre of scale 6 and 7, CMD will be the promoting authority. For promotion to the cadre of scale 4 and 5, GM will be the promoting authority. For promotion to the cadre of scale 2 and scale 1, DGM will be the promoting authority. In the circumstances when post of CMD is vacant, leave of absence is accorded to CMD. The authority vested in and the functions to be discharged by the CMD for promotion of officers up to scale 7 shall be vested in the discharged by the senior most whole-time director of the company. It is given under para 22A of the promotion policy. Now we have come to the promotion policy for SCS staff 2008. SCS means supervisory, clerical and subordinate staff. This promotion policy is applicable for promotion to the cadre staff assistant, that is under para 15, senior assistants, that is under para 14 and para 25A, to the cadre of scale 1, that is under para 13.1 and 13.2. The panel shall be 5 times the number of promotional vacancies, and there will be 2 marks for each year of service except in para 25A. The qualification marks will be for academic qualification of SSC, means 10th standard, or the technical qualification of licentiate, or one subject of Institute of Actuaries, or MBA, or PGDCA, or PGDBM, which should be minimum of 2 years, and PGDBA, there will be 5 marks. For higher secondary, means 10 plus 2, there will be 7 marks. For technical qualification of AIII, ACII, or 3 subjects of Institute of Actuaries, there will be 10 marks. For academic qualification of graduation, there will be 12 marks. For academic qualification of double degree or the post graduation, and for technical qualification of FIII, FCII, or 5 subjects of Institute of Actuaries, or MCA, or CA, or CS, or ICWA, or CFA, there will be 15 marks for qualification, and maximum qualification marks can be 30, means for 15 marks for academic qualification and 15 marks for technical qualification. For promotion to the cadre of Scale 1 officer, the total vacancies will be equally divided in para 13.1 and para 13.2. For promotion to the cadre of Scale 1 officer, the promoting authority will be a Scale 6 officer. The exercise for promotion to the cadre of Scale 1 officer will be conducted on zonal basis, and there will be 4 zones for such purpose. There will be a probation period of 1 year for candidates promoted to the cadre of Scale 1 officer. For promotion under para 13.1, the employees of senior assistant or equivalent cadres will be eligible after rendering the service of 7 years, or after rendering the service of 5 years if they have qualified LIII, or after rendering the service of 3 years if they are qualified with AIII, or after completion of fellowship, irrespective of completion of any service duration. For promotion under para 13.2, if the employees who are qualified with graduation and post graduation, they will be eligible. If they have passed FIII, FCII, or 5 subjects of Institute of Actuaries, or CA, or ICWA, or CS, or CFA, or MBA, or PGDBM, or MCA, then they will be eligible to appear in the written test. Under para 13.2, there shall be 5 attempts available to an SC/ST candidate, and 4 attempts will be available to other candidates during the entire service period. Under para 13.2, the minimum qualifying marks for written test will be 54 for SC/ST candidate and 60 marks for other candidates. If an employee succeeds to score minimum passing marks in written examination but fails to get promoted in a promotion exercise, it will not be counted an attempt. Under para 13.2, the marks obtained by candidate in written examination will be reduced to the scale of maximum 35 marks, and this will be the weightage in para 13.1 and 13.2. that in para 13.1 there is no written test, seniority marks will be 35, qualification marks will be 30, work record will be 20, and interview will be 15. But in 13.2 there will be a written test having a weightage of 35 marks, seniority will have the weightage of 35 marks, qualification will have the weightage of 30 marks, work record will have the weightage of 20 marks, and interview will have the weightage of 15 marks, and in this way total marks will be 135. Now promotion policy says that promotion under para 14 means for promotion to senior assistant, the employees of assistant or equivalent cadres are eligible on reaching the ceiling of assistant pay scale or service of 7 years or service of 5 years with LII or service of 3 years with AIII or completion of fellowship irrespective of their service duration. The exercise for promotion to the cadre of senior assistants will be conducted on zonal basis, and there will be 16 zones for such purpose. For promotion to the cadre of senior assistant, the promoting authority will be a scale 5 officer. For promotion under para 25A, that is one time promotion for assistants, the employees who have joined the services of the company in the cadre of assistant and have put in 20 completed years of service in the same cadre, and those candidates which are not below 50 completed years of service and have not received even a single promotion, if all these requirements are met with, then they would be eligible for promotion to senior assistant. Under para 25A, there will be 3 marks of seniority for each completed year of service in the cadre beyond 20 years of service in the cadre. Maximum 5 years service as ex-serviceman can be counted. Promotion policy for senior SCS staff 2008. For promotion to senior assistant, the weightage of marks under both para 14 and 25A will be 50 marks for seniority. Qualification will have a weightage of 30 marks. Work record will be counted for 20 marks. Total marks will be 100. For promotion to the cadre of assistant, the confirmed subordinate staff or drivers or record clerks who have minimum educational qualification for direct recruitment of assistants, or they have passed the departmental test for promotion to the cadre of assistant with at least 45% marks. In case of SC/ST, this will be 36% of marks during any promotion exercise up to 2015-16, or those who have completed at least 10 years of service as a full-time employee and have passed 10th standard, and those who have passed the computer literacy test and proficiency test during the relevant promotion exercise or any 2 promotion exercise immediately prior to the relevant promotion exercise. All those candidates will be eligible under para 5 for promotion to assistant. For promotion to assistant, the seniority will have 50 marks, qualification will have 30 marks, and there will be a weightage of 20 marks for work records. Total marks will be 100. For promotion to the cadre of senior assistant development officer, there will be a reservation at the rate of 15% for SC candidates, 7.5% for ST candidates, and 3% for PWD candidates. For substaff and driver cadres, there is a scheme which is called ACPS, means Assured Career Progression Scheme. It is under para 25.1. It says employees who are in the cadre of substaff or the driver and who fail to qualify for promotion to higher cadres and have reached the ceiling in the respective pay scale as applicable to them from time to time shall, on completion of 12 months continuous service from the date of reaching such ceiling, shall be placed in the pay scale of record clerk at an appropriate stage and shall continue in that scale without being treated as a record clerk till they undergo exit from their existing cadre in the normal course. For record clerks, that is para 25.2, employees in the cadre of record clerks who fail to qualify for promotion to higher cadres and have reached the ceiling of the pay scale of record clerk as applicable from time to time shall, on completion of 12 months continuous service from the date of reaching such ceiling, be placed in the pay scale of assistant at an appropriate stage and shall continue in that scale without being treated as assistant till they undergo exit from their existing cadre in the normal course. Now we come to transfer and mobility policy for officers. This is applicable up to scale 4. Request transfers can be considered after minimum 3 years of service at current place of posting. Maximum 3 request transfers can be availed during the entire period of service. Since the normal period of posting is 5 years, if a transfer request is considered after 5 years of service at current place of posting, it will not be counted as a request for transfer. No transfer benefits are admissible on a request transfer except for shifting of family and household goods. Exemption for maximum 1 year can be given with the approval of CMD to an officer who is handling a post of specialized discipline. On a sensitive post, one person can serve for maximum 3 years, excluding the office in charges. As per CVC guidelines, positions in all claims departments, estate department, general administration department, publicity department, and in charge of a branch or division are sensitive posts. Specialist officer will not be counted in sensitive posts. Minimum period of stay in difficult area is 2 years, excluding leave on loss of pay. For those female officers who are up to scale 3 and they were transferred on TMP or promotion, minimum period of posting shall be 2 years. Afterwards, their case can be considered for request transfer. On similar lines, minimum period of posting for those class 3 female employees who were transferred on promotion will be 2 years. There is one exemption for 13 major diseases. Diseases are malignant cancer, leprosy, tuberculosis, paralysis, brain tumor, CABG or heart valve replacement, angioplasty. In this case, it will be maximum 1 year. Chronic kidney disease, AIDS, mental disease, total replacement of joints. Again, this will be 1 year only. Spinal surgery, disease of liver leading to hepatic failure or transplantation, and thalassemia major. For officers up to scale 3 only, if lesser time is remaining than 1 year in their superannuation, then they are also exempted under TMP. Now we have come to recruitment rules for officers. The entry cadre is administrative officer scale 1. Eligibility is 60% marks in graduation. For SC/SC candidates it is 55% marks. Recruitment will be on all India basis. There will be some vertical reservation. For SCs it will be 15%, for STs it will be 7.5%, for OBCs it will be 27%. There will be some horizontal reservation also. For PWDs 4%, 1% each for VH, HH and OH, autism and multiple disabilities. For ex-servicemen it will be 1% also. Minimum age will be 21 years, maximum age will be 30 years. In the maximum age there is a relaxation of 5 years for SC/ST candidates and 3 years for OBC candidates. In case of ex-servicemen, maximum 40 years will be the age limit for unreserved, and for SC/ST candidates it will be 45 years. The selection criteria is written test and interview, and minimum 1 year period will be on probation. Now recruitment rules for assistants. The entry category is assistant. Eligibility is graduation and knowledge of regional language. Recruitment will be on regional basis. There is vertical reservation which will be as per regional representation, means whatever reservation is applicable in a particular state, that will be applicable in the recruitment of assistants, because it is being done on regional basis. There will be one horizontal reservation also, which says 4% reservation for PWD, 1% each for VH, HH and OH, autism and multiple disabilities. For ex-servicemen again 1% horizontal reservation is there. Minimum age will be 21 years, maximum age will be 30 years. There is relaxation in maximum age. SC/ST candidates 5 years, OBC 3 years. For ex-servicemen there is maximum age for 40 years for unreserved candidates, and for SC/ST candidates it is 45 years. The selection criteria is written test and regional language test, and minimum 6 months probation period will also be there. Now we have come to loans and advances. Vehicle loan. For obtaining vehicle loan, minimum service of 3 years is required. It can be availed once in every 7 years, but not more than 3 times during entire service, and it will be repaid in 60 equal installments. So for two-wheeler, irrespective of the cadre, maximum amount of loan is 75,000 and rate of interest is 5%. For scale 1 and 2, for four-wheeler, maximum amount of loan is 2.5 lakhs and rate of interest is 5% up to 1 lakh, 7.5% for balance amount. For scale 3 and 4, for four-wheeler, maximum amount of loan is 4.5 lakhs and rate of interest per annum is 5% up to 1 lakh, 7.5% for balance amount. For housing loan, maximum limits of loan with effect from 16th of August 2016 are 13.25 scheme loan, 16.75 supplementary loan for substaff, total loan 30 lakhs. For record clerk, scheme loan 17.25 lakhs and supplementary loan 20.75 lakhs, total loan 38 lakhs. For assistant, senior assistant or steno, the scheme loan will be 20.75 lakhs and supplementary loan 24.25 lakhs, total loan 45 lakhs. The same limits are applicable upon development officer grade 2 also. Scheme loan 20.75 lakhs, supplementary loan 24.25 lakhs and total loan 45 lakhs. For development officer grade 1, scheme loan will be 21.25 lakhs, supplementary loan will be 28.75 lakhs, total loan will be 50 lakhs. For scale 1 and scale 2, the scheme loan will be 28 lakhs, supplementary loan will be 32 lakhs, total loan 60 lakhs. For scale 3, scheme loan will be 28.75 lakhs, supplementary loan will be 34.25 lakhs, total loan will be 63 lakhs. For scale 4 and scale 5, the scheme loan will be 33 lakhs and supplementary loan will be 37 lakhs, total loan 70 lakhs. For scale 6 and above, the scheme loan will be 36 lakhs, supplementary loan will be 44 lakhs, total loan will be 80 lakhs. To avail housing loan, one should complete minimum 3 years of service. Housing loan can be availed 3 times as first loan, second loan and second loan second time. For scheme loan, the rate of interest will be 5% per annum, and for supplementary loan, the rate of interest will be 7.5%. In case the house is not self-occupied by the employee, then there will be an additional interest at the rate of 2.5% on scheme loan. In case of supplementary loan is disbursed in installments, then the EMI will be calculated separately for each installment. The loan can be repaid in equal monthly installments till retirement or in maximum 30 years, whichever is less. If an employee has less than 15 years of service, he has the option of paying only the interest portion and principal amount will be deducted from his terminal dues. For foreclosure of housing loan, the permission is there, means it is allowed to foreclose the housing loan also. Term insurance policy, mortgage redemption policy are acceptable as collateral security for housing loan. If an employee has availed the education loan, the eligible amount of housing loan shall stand reduced to the extent of outstanding balance of the education loan. If eligible amount of loan shall further be subject to the condition that deduction towards housing loan should not exceed 45% of employee's monthly gross salary. In case the projected deduction towards housing loan is exceeding 45% of monthly gross salary, then the loan amount shall be reduced appropriately to meet with the given condition of 45%. Second loan under housing loan scheme can be availed for renovation or transfer of existing loan. It can also be availed for acquiring second property, subject to that it cannot be availed more than 2 times during the entire service, and it will be applicable to both the properties. The amount of earlier scheme loan plus earlier supplementary loan plus proposed second loan shall not exceed the eligible amount of loan under current cadre's limit. The quantum of second loan will be employee's eligibility for scheme loan in current cadre plus minus amount of scheme loan already sanctioned to the employee plus employee's eligibility for supplementary loan in current cadre minus amount of supplementary loan already sanctioned to the employee. The quantum of loan shall not exceed the actual cost of properties. The quantum of such loan can be up to maximum of rupees 15 lakhs. The rate of interest will be as per housing loan scheme. EMIs will be decided in a way to fully recover the principal and interest of loan before superannuation. Estimate from a registered architect or civil engineer will be required at the time of sanctioning second loan for renovation of existing accommodation. The loan amount will be released in 3 equal installments for renovation of existing accommodations. Second and third installments will be released only after obtaining a certificate from a registered architect or civil engineer about work carried out and expenses incurred for the same. It can also be sanctioned for a property acquired through staff housing loan or own funds, either in self name or in joint name with the spouse. First loan for renovation may also be sanctioned if employee has not availed the staff housing loan for the property for which renovation is to be carried out. Mortgage and collateral security will be as per housing loan scheme only. Now we have come to education advance. All confirmed employees with 5 years of service, in case of ex-servicemen it will be 3 years of service, will be eligible to avail education advance for their dependent children. It may include adopted child and stepchild. The child, if he is receiving some stipend or scholarship, it will not affect the dependency of his the dependency of the child upon his parents. The education advance is not available to those employees who are facing disciplinary action or suspension. Maximum 85% of accrued amount of terminal dues or 10 lakhs per child up to 2 children during the entire service, whichever is less, can be given under education advance. For maximum 2 courses per child, this education advance can be given, but it should be within total 10 lakh rupees limit. Unutilized eligible amount of one child cannot be used for second child. Minimum take home salary should be at least 25% of gross salary after taking into account of all deductions, including the EMI amount of education advance. Otherwise, the amount of education advance will be reduced proportionately to comply with the limit of 25%. In case both husband and wife are working in the company, limits per child will not extend for them and the education advance will be available for 2 children only. However, advance can be availed by either of them for either of the child. Simultaneous advance for second child can also be allowed, subject to minimum take home salary and financial eligibility. Admission fee, tuition fee, e-learning fee, lab fee, records fee, fee for skill development and other non-refundable charges payable to the hostel are covered under education advance. But any capitation fee, books fee, transportation fee, lunch charges, living expenses, taxes, exchange charges and bank charges etc. will not be covered under education advance. To pursue higher studies or professional courses in India or abroad, the education advance can be used, though it is not available for pursuing distance learning or correspondence courses. For study in India, the education advance is available for graduation, post-graduation, including regular technical and professional degree diploma courses by colleges and universities and approved by UGC, AICTE, AISMS, ICMR, Bar Council of India and government etc. and courses like ICWA, CA, CFSA etc. are covered under education advance. Further, courses like regular degree diploma courses conducted by autonomous institutions like IIT, IIM etc. are also covered under education advance. For study in India, teachers training nursing courses approved by central and state government are also covered under education advance. Regular degree diploma courses approved by Director General of Shipping or Civil Aviation, for example pilot training etc. are also covered under education advance. Means education advance can be availed for these type of cases if the student is studying in India. In case he is studying abroad, then education advance can be availed for graduation, post graduation, diploma degree including regular technical and professional degree diploma courses offered by reputed accredited universities or institutions. Some general rules also are there, that advance will be disbursed directly to the educational institute in installments as per fee payment structure devised by the educational institute. There will be an interest of 8% for male students and 7.8% interest for female students. There will be a provision of deferred interest also, which means an interest from the date of payment of advance till the recovery of EMI in the following month. The interest will be payable and that interest will be called deferred interest. Repayment in 10 years through EMIs is the method of payout of this education advance. There will be no penal interest in case education advance is foreclosed. In case of retirement or death of employee within 10 years, the recovery of education advance will be made from applicable terminal dues. For this purpose, while obtaining or availing the education advance, the employee is required to assign its terminal dues as collateral for this education advance. The sanctioning authority for education advance will be concerned regional in charge, LCB in charge, or DGM personnel for HO employees. Now we have come to festival advance. For class 1, the limit of festival advance is 1 month's gross salary up to rupees 50,000. For class 2, 3 and 4, it is 1 month's gross salary up to rupees 40,000. For PTEs, the limit is 1 month's basic pay plus DA on pro rata basis up to rupees 20,000. And festival advance can be availed only once in a calendar year and it will be recovered in 10 equal installments. Now natural calamity advance. Natural calamity advance can be flood advance, drought advance, etc. and it can be sanctioned in case of damage caused by some natural calamity in the station of posting or in the station of hometown of the employee. The maximum limit for natural calamity advance is rupees 50,000 and this advance is recovered in 25 equal installments. So this was the material I have prepared for you people. Thanks for listening it very patiently. We wish all of you all the best for your exams. Good luck.